Okay, we will go ahead and call this City of Helena City Commission strategic planning. One voice, I don't want
to.
There we go.
That's why you gave brownies out.
All right, we will call this City Commission's strategic planning retreat to order. It is December 14th.
Just for the record, this morning we have City Attorney Doctor here, City Manager Burton
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dean
Here,
Commissioner Logan
Here.
Commissioner Reed here, Commissioner Shirtliff
here,
and for the record, Mayor Pro Tem, the Mayor Collins will be joining us shortly.
welcome and thank you for participating in the City of Helena's strategic planning retreat. We are pleased to be able to provide this alternative meeting format in the city's efforts to broaden public participation. Please be patient as we may experience technical difficulties during the meeting. We will do commentary during the meeting. Please read the following tips and guidelines for app usage and your participation. So I think we'll just right after that toss it over to we have Dan Clark and Ashley Kemp from the Montana State University Local Government Center, who are going to help facilitate our strategic planning retreat. We're so glad you're back to visit us.
thank you. We're glad to be here. Let's see if we can share the screen. Am I good to do that now?
Yep.
Do something. That. It's working so far. All right. Oh, it's all right if I stand. It's going to be a long day if I sit. Well, thank you and welcome, and we're glad to be here working with you on this planning endeavor. For those that don't know me, and thanks for the introduction, I'm Dan Clark. I'm the director of the Local Government Center at MSU. And then we're here with Ashley Kent, Associate Director. So you've got basically our team. So we have 100% focus on you today. So, well, I think what might be helpful for us, in particular Ashley and I'm assuming everybody knows everybody in the room, but it'd be helpful for us to know who is in the room. If we can do quick introductions, if that's all right. And then we'll do that, and then we'll kind of go through. We've got a presentation. We'll go through that sets the tone of how we want to start the day. We have some learning outcomes and objectives we want to accomplish, but I think for us at the end of the day, what would be really helpful, and I think what would be helpful for you, is to establish at least a framework for thinking strategically about the work that you do. And I think the timing is good for this conversation to be had. So part of what we like to do is we look, is the time right? Is it right enough to make that transition in an organization to have this conversation? And it seems like that's the case here. So anyway, we'll do introductions, and then we'll launch into the context setting with a few slides, and then we'll get into the survey results and we're hoping some good, robust conversation. So with that, why don't we start with Ashley?
I thought I got out of this.
No.
So like Dan said, my name is Ashley. I'm the Associate Director of the Local Government Center, which means the two of us spend most of our time working with communities just like this around the state. We fight over who gets to go on the road because neither of us wants to be in the office. And if we can't come to an agreement, you get both of us. So there you go. I've been with the center for about 10 years and tried to leave once and failed miserably. So
I'm Jake Garson. I'm the Public Information Officer for the city. Okay. Brian Leland, Public Works Director.
Becky Doctor, City Attorney. Tim Burton, city manager.
Sean Logan, City Commission.
For you folks, how,
Was sworn in January of 2020.
so still the first term,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Next week.
few weeks.
Yeah. Good, good.
My name is Emily Dean, and I'm a city commissioner. I was elected the same year Sean was elected, and we will have our.
I was appointed in August of last year.
Welcome.
My second term, or whatever it is, in January.
Okay, great.
Linda Reed, I was elected, honestly, I'm like, when was I elected? But I'm halfway through my first term.
Okay, good.
Excuse me, James Thomas, I'm the city and county IT director.
Okay,
Sheila Danielson, Finance Director.
Danae Claiborne, clerk.
John Campbell.
Doug Smith, Parks and Recreation.
Chris Brink, community development director.
Renee McMahon, Human Resources Director.
David Johnson, Transportation.
Troy Sampson, Community Facilities.
Brett Petty, Chief of Police.
Corey Bailey, Police Department.
that's everybody. Good. Well, that's helpful for us, I think. So, well, let's launch into the slides. I think the first one here are their objectives, and you can see those at the top of the agenda. Yeah, so the strategic approach, and we find helpful for cities, counties, organizations to have some sort of a framework in which they operate by. And that's one of the things we're going to hope to establish with you as a framework that's thematically based, but that you can use that framework and those themes to then create specific goals and strategies that will provide direction and accountability within the organization. So that's what we're going to hope to create that framework with you today. I understand you kind of similar went through this during COVID over an online. I can only imagine trying to do this online. Oh my gosh, thank goodness we're over that pandemic. But and we've got new folks in the room as well, which I think it's good to start this conversation and yeah, with this governing body, have a new look at this. Yeah, what strategic direction you're going to go in. So little on the ground rules side, I don't think this is going to be a problem. Sometimes we enter organizations that have a little bit more tension in it, but so here's some of the things, we like to make sure that people understand the expectations for behavior. Like I'll call out a couple of these. Focusing on the future unless you can change the past. This is kind of a forward-thinking idea, but we recognize that our future is based on where we are today. And where we are today is a result of where we've been in the past, right? So there's a continuum that we're operating on. And we're not expecting you to have a complete shift or do a 180, but really we're building on this history and past. But there's things we can't change about the past, but we can think about what can we do to influence and affect the future. So yes, focusing on outcomes rather than people. I don't know if that'll be much of an issue here. Using efficient speech rather than speaking in monologues. I'll speak in monologues because I've got the clicker, but we'll try to use efficient speech as best we can. So these ground rules feel okay? Any ones that you feel uncomfortable, want to discuss specifically, or things you might want to add that might work for you and your organization and culture? Obviously, you've not had enough Diet Coke this morning. So we're good?
I think so.
Feels the level of agreement on that? Okay, great. All right. Now, and so the way we're going to approach this is it's going to be kind of open discussion, so anybody can join in here. But look at that. See, this is stereo now. So I have this picked. Anybody recognize this community? Ooh.
Virginia City.
Yes, it's Virginia City. Look at you. Danae's on it. Yeah. So this is a picture of Virginia City. And what's important or significant about Virginia City?
The territorial capital.
Yes, territorial capital. This I like to think is the birthplace of government in Montana-ish. But this is kind of where it started. And so it leads to the conversation that I like to ask in these kind of settings is why do we create government? We've been doing it for thousands of years across the globe in every, society. It's not something that's new. We just didn't find it in 1889 when we established our state. So why government? What's its purpose?
Provide collective services to the citizens and provide for public safety.
Yes, and this is like an improv class. Yes, and yes, all those things, right? So we collective service, collective interest, provides specific services. Why else do we have government?
Shared costs.
Okay, share costs. Does it make sense to do things collectively rather than individually? Yes, and why else?
Societal order.
Okay, talk a little bit more about societal order.
Enforcement, for example.
So creating safety, right? Public safety, where we come together as a community, we establish what are our norms of behavior, and then how do we ensure that those norms are honored and enforced. And so we have a police department provide public safety. What other public safety offerings do we have? I don't know if that's the right word. It's
Fire protection.
fire protection, right? So if you think about it, go ahead.
I was fire chief at one point in my life, and one of the interesting things that the public works director expressed to me was, what's a fireman without water? Water is right in there, in terms of a fundamental purpose of government.
If you think about it, if the city of Helena and government didn't exist like it does right now, you could imagine waking up this morning, having to go out to your pit toilet, going to your hand pump next to the pit toilet. You can imagine what you're getting out of that. Burning your morning garbage and having this oily, smelly, cloud of smoke because we're burning our morning trash. So we got a burn barrel in our backyard, and then we got a bucket of sand and a bucket of water next to the back door in case there's a fire. You can immediately respond to the fire with a bucket of sand. And that would have been, if we're completely independent, that's what our lives would be like. And we decided long ago that this does not make sense. It makes sense for us to pool our resources together and offer some of these services collectively. It makes more sense because public health, public safety are an important part of our communities and why we have government. So we pool our resources together, put in a water system, right? To have everybody have their own pit or their own well and their own pit toilet doesn't make sense, or their own garbage burn barrel in the backyard doesn't make sense. Pool our resources together. We'll put in a garbage. What do we call it? Landfill. Thank you. There's a technical term. A landfill. We put on our streets and sidewalks. We build parks. These are things that, as a society, we feel are important. So we create an infrastructure, a human infrastructure, or government, in order to provide those services. And so it's a way in which we pool these resources together. Just making sense? Hopefully it's giving you a different context in which you look at your job. And then we elect folks from our community to represent our interests in making decisions about how we deliver those services and at what level and at what quality and at what cost. So there's this collective good that we're a part of. And there's a social contract that exists between the citizens, amongst the citizens, that we all say, look, we're in this together, and we're going to, join in together, throw our resources together, have it managed by this group of folks that we'll hold accountable through an electoral process. But this is the social contract. We're all in this together. And so I often think that what we're doing in government is we're facilitating this public interest. We're bringing the community together to say, okay, what do you want? What do you want relative to parks and recreation and that quality of life that we have in our community? What level of transportation should we have? What's our relationship with the train that goes through town every day, multiple times? Is this okay? Is it acceptable? Is there something we should do or could do about that in managing that relationship with our transportation system that we have, and our water system, and our sewer system, garbage collection, snow plowing? We can go on and on. Public health, just basic public health issues. So these are things that we're facilitating this conversation. So we've elected you three at the front of the room to make decisions, well, four, but three now, but to make those decisions on our behalf. And we're going to hold you accountable for that, but we're not going to be cut out of the system, right? You're not completely empowered. Well, you are, but you're not. The public still has a right to engage and participate, right? At the end of the day, the system we've designed and decided to operate by is we've given you the authority to make decisions on our behalf. But we as the citizens have a right to engage and participate, right? To influence and to inform, and then you're trying to weigh and balance all that. So these are some of the things we're offering, and so I'm going to look at the room. Is there something I'm missing here that your particular bailiwick is not on the wall? Is there something the city's doing that's not represented there? We could put IT, but no one else outside of this building cares. But the people in Billy do. All right. So then I like to think about this is that you serve, and that local government serves as this fulcrum in trying to find and establish balance in your society or in your community. Does that make sense? And so you got an urban chicken ordinance, I'm assuming, right? Because of recent photos I saw online, certainly you have an urban chicken ordinance. How long has that ordinance been around? A long time. Like 40 years or 10 years?
In front of me, but I'll research it and get it back by lunch.
Point being, because at some point in this community, you had probably established an ordinance that said, look, back probably in the 30s and 40s when it was popular to have these ordinances they passed around the state saying, look, people are moving from the county into the city saying, hey, look, keep your farm animals out there. Keep your ducks, your chickens, your goats, your horses, your sheep, keep them out. Right? This is town. This is the city. We have standards. Well, at some point, 10 years, 15 years ago, it was about 10 years ago when the really movement happened, is where people started to show up at the city council meeting and say, hey, what's this thing about chickens? Why can't I have chickens? And that conversation began about urban chickens. And what we found is that you were then out of balance. For 60 years, you're operating in some sort of a balance about farm animals in town. And now we've got a group of people advocating for urban chickens. So now we're out of balance. And so now the city's role, and particularly the commission, is to then act as that fulcrum. How do we move around in this teeter-totter to find a balance around this issue? So we facilitate that conversation in the community, and you have lots of meetings talking about the value of urban chickens and the downfall or the downside of having urban chickens. And that's really the role that we're looking for you to be thinking about, and being the ones that have to find that balance when we're having these conversations. Looking at not necessarily the rights of people, but the privileges that society extends. There's a lot of talk about rights right now. Everyone's yapping about rights. And really, we don't have as many as we say in our language. We have rights, and clearly we do, but a lot of the things we talk about are these privileges that society comes together and says, you have a privilege, you have a right to drive a vehicle. It's a privilege that society extends to you. And if you're going to exercise that privilege, you've got to follow certain rules and laws, right? We've got a list of them. And if you break these rules, then we're going to take away that privilege. So that's that balance. And we have that conversation. Do we have the privilege to drive while drinking alcohol? No, society says, no, we don't. We're going to take away that privilege. Right, so that's not something that we're going to enforce that to maintain this, because there's a greater good by having the safety of society over the driver driving drunk. And that was we found that balance and that fulcrum moving around and said, okay, same with the chicken ordinance, right? So we had a tell stories. Is it okay today? Tell a story. Town on the High Line had this urban chicken conversation. And it got such the high. What are you going to do in the wintertime? You're going to sit and fight about chickens. They had to move city council meetings to the high school gym because they had 300-400 people showing up to have this conversation about urban chickens. It became a thing. They even made yard signs, made posters that we've got one in our office that they stuck around town. Cluck yes for chickens.
No,
Or,
heck yes.
heck yes. Heck yes for chickens. Cluck no.
Yep. No chickens. Yep.
No chickens. Cluck no for chickens. And so it became a big deal. End of the day, in this discussion, trying to find and balance in the community, they decided to go with urban chickens. 3-4 months later, the clerk, realizing only 2 people have come in to get permits. What's with this? One of the people that was really passionate about this was at all the meetings, we get up and yell and scream about chickens, wanting chickens, needing chickens, came to this gentleman on Main Street, said, dude, what's the deal? You are so passionate about chickens. I don't want chickens. Chickens not my thing. I said, well, why you spoke so passionately about having chickens? Yeah, I don't want chickens, but I want those people that want chickens the ability to have chickens, which I thought was a great example of the democratic process, that we come together in the public square and we have these conversations about what we want and what level of service we want. And that's really facilitated by not just the commission, but all of you supporting that conversation, providing the technical understanding and what are the what ifs and what else could be considered as you try to find that balance. We can't all make decisions based on what is the loudest voice in the room and what do they have to say. That's why we have competent, capable staff around us to do the research and give you informed information as you're trying to find that balance. So that's really kind of setting that up as you start thinking about what's our role and how do we occupy that space.
Do you want to just talk about how government's different than like going to Walmart?
Oh, yeah. So how is government different than business? Because we hear that a lot, right? Campaign season, we're getting right into it right now. We're going to run this government more like a business. Why does that send hackles up on my neck? You think, boy, you go right ahead because you'll end up in jail in 6 months.
Well, because Walmart doesn't have to protect individual liberties and freedom.
Yeah. They don't have to protect our liberties. And they only are concerned about who?
Their bottom line.
Their bottom line and their customers. And their relationship with their customer is transactional. Your quote unquote customer is everyone, citizen or not, that comes through Helena, right? I am one of your customers and I don't pay a dime in taxes. Yeah. Someday that might happen, right? So I'm not contributing, but yet you have a responsibility and a duty to ensure that I have safe passage through your community. Right? So it's a different, you don't walk into Walmart and on the front door it says, come and comment on our annual budget. They don't care what you think about their annual budget, but you're different. And why is your budget process different?
Because it's public money and there's a public interest in how it's utilized.
Yeah, it's their money and you're providing essential services they can't get anywhere else. They can't say, you know what, I'm not happy with the city's water system, so I'm going to go with their competitor. There is no, I guess, Culligan, but there is really no competitor. You are, it is not the city's water, it is their water. And you're managing the system for them, right? It's their water system, their sewer system, their streets, and you're managing and making decisions on how we do that through an open process of this conversation. Come together, the public square, let's talk about it. If you're not happy with the level of snow plowing, well, there's things we can do about it. We can cut here to add more money there. We can do a special improvement district to get more money. You know, there's a lot of strategies that are at our disposal in order to solve the problem. What would you like us to do? We've got a lot of options. Let's talk about it. And what's acceptable.
We had a city official, I don't know, a few years ago, call our office and he said, how much detail do we have to give? You know, if there's claims or something in the city council packet. I was like, I don't know. Tell me more about what you're asking. What's going on? He said, well, the public is being really nosy and I want them to just butt out of our business. It's not your business. It's their business, right? You are just the body in the seat right now facilitating their business, which kind of was a light bulb moment for us And I think more so maybe in the places that have a lot of turnover at once and they're new and they don't have that philosophy, but recognizing that it's not your system, it's not your community, it's their community. You've been tasked with the responsibility of facilitating and managing.
So, to where we're at now with having this conversation. So how you have control, you got your hands on the steering wheel right now. This particular room right now are the decision makers for this, for the city at this point in time. There will be people different in the future, and there was different people in the past, but today this is who is in control of the destiny of the organization. So things to think about as you're thinking about this framework right now. If we're recognizing we have a particular duty, we're facilitating public process. We have a duty to provide these services. There's a relationship we have with the public, and we're at a point now, I think, and this is what I talked earlier about timing, is that you're shifting from heels to toes. What do you think I mean when I say that? You're shifting from heel to toe.
Reactive.
To proactive.
Yeah. Do you feel that way too? I don't know. Is this a sense that you also feel that we're ready now to, instead of just be responding to what's coming to us, that we can now start thinking about how do we get out ahead of things?
Yes.
Yeah. So if that's how you're feeling, then I think we're having the right conversation at the right time, that we're starting to lean in a little bit now, that we feel like we've established some stability in the organization. And now we have some bandwidth to think about, all right, now how do we start shaping where we go, rather than allowing the urgency of whatever's coming to us shape whatever occupies our time, which is fine. That's the ebb and flow of an organization. Here's the thing. There's going to be a City of Helena in another 100 years. There was one 100 years ago, right? You're just occupying the train at this point. You just got on. You'll be, for next stop or two, and then you'll be getting off, and someone else will take over the train. It's going to be keep going. So recognizing that there's going to be a long-term view here, how do we today set the stage for the success of the city in the future? You're living out today the vision of some past council and staff, right? What you're doing today was a creation of somebody in the past. They're not here today to be accountable for those decisions that put you on that trajectory. Does that make sense? So you're living out someone's vision today, and you're creating someone's future reality with your vision for tomorrow.
Can I clarify just a little bit?
Yeah, did I say that right?
No, I think you're right.
No, you didn't. Let me just step in here, Dan. And I fix whatever mess you just made.
What I'm thinking is this type of proactive strategic planning is optional. So you are intentionally creating a vision for the next 2 or 3 generations and who will be in those seats then. The reality you're living in today, well, a product of the choices, may not have been intentional, right? So there are things that may be happening today that just because those decisions are made doesn't mean they can't be changed if it better serves you as an organization and the citizens that you serve. So, yeah.
Not a fleeting thought, it's gone.
Weigh that in.
It's fleeting.
We did.
Thoughts or response or how are you, I guess, are you feeling the same? And how do you feel about philosophically about kind of what we're talking about here in the space we're occupying?
I just add, I think that we've spent the last couple of years trying to kind of prime the pump to be able to be in this position where we can make some solid decisions about what things look like 10, 20, 30 years from now. And maybe I think we have better information than, folks had before. And I'm sure people ahead of us will have better information than we had. But I always think about, like, in terms of sidewalks, for example, like you'll find plenty of articles from 1895 about how Helena was going to start building boardwalk sidewalks and requests for variances that are 100 years later. But I also think, when we changed, the ordinance changed and said you didn't have to have sidewalks, we're cleaning up that mess, but I think they probably didn't make that decision with the intent of making our streets less safe. They were just utilizing the information they had at the time and not necessarily looking. They didn't see the future that we are living in now.
And that's a great conversation to have, because it's going to be challenging for you to be anticipating what's the future in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. That we're often lamenting decisions that were made, we tremendous sacrifice at the time. I was the mayor of a small town years ago, and just outside of City Hall in the corner, there was the sidewalks come together as a stamp there, 1930. Think about what the treasure that community had to come up with to put in that level of infrastructure. They were making an investment, and here it was nearly 100 years later. Actually, it's 1917. So it was almost 100 years later. That sidewalk, that infrastructure, that investment of that generation way in the past, their sacrifice is still paying dividends today. And it made me think, we haven't laid sidewalk in this city for 50 years. We've basically stopped making investments for future generations, right? The water system had been neglected for decades. We were 30, 40 years beyond its useful life. So we had pretty much stopped making any sort of substantial investment, and the sacrifice previous generations had made. And so it really made me start thinking, which leads me to this slide I'm going to have here in a minute, is about what are we doing for the future generation? Right. And so we'll talk about, go ahead.
I'm just gonna, and I think you're heading there, but if this group of people aren't thinking 10 and 20 years out, then nobody is.
Yeah.
How do we do that in a strategic, unified way?
Yes.
One thing, and it's bordering on a sidebar, but I keep looking at governing what you can influence. And I think just in the back of my mind often is we're occasionally, sometimes asked to weigh in on things that are not local. So the sort of tension in my mind is, think globally, act locally, but that doesn't mean you forget about global. So I think just mindful of sometimes, I think thoughtful discussions about where our influence extends, whether directly or more broadly, is useful, because I think we have very differing opinions on, being asked to pass a resolution about something global. So I think it's a good conversation to have or be mindful of. And the second thing I was thinking of listening to the conversation is sometimes there's governing and sometimes there's removing barriers. And just recognizing that sometimes when it's not that we need to do something, we just need to take something away so somebody else can. Those were just two thoughts I had.
Yeah, great. And we were working with a county that has a new county commission that the counties historically they're but it's not uncommon for counties to adopt a position where their default answer is no. And for good reason, right? They don't have a lot of power. They don't have the ability to solve a lot of problems. They're kind of in a hates it when I keep saying this. Counties are an administrative arm of the state. You folks are a little bit different. You have more self-determined, self-governed here. But being that they got a new county commission that their default answer became yes, which was great for the staff. Loved it, because now we're removing barriers. Problem was what space do we have the ability to say yes? And are we saying yes to things we don't have any authority or ability to deal with? Are we overcommitting our staff, overcommitting resources? And so they had to create some sort of a structure, a decision tree, if you will, to help them decide what is it we can say yes to. Because maybe it's not, yes, we can deal with this, but maybe we can convene the community around solving this problem, but we really don't have the ability to fix it. But we have the ability to bring people together around it. And they started to be more nuanced about how they saw their yes and saying yes, but what's our role in that? Are we facilitators? Are we conveners? Are we going to be a partner? Can we just support, so what's that? And so it gave them some language to use in trying to manage the complexities that they were facing as a county. Yes, all that great stuff. And governing what we can influence is important, right? Because and oftentimes the public is coming to you with expecting you to take on tasks or issues that we can't. And so trying to help the public understand what is it they should expect from you, I think is really important, so that their expectations are in line with what the reality is of what you can do. Anyway, so those are some things to talk about. So shift from the heels to toes. And I think this is what's happening now. I feel the sense in the organization here that you're shifting here, that yeah, people don't govern, policy governs. I think that's probably resonating with you today because of this work that you're doing with your boards. It's amazing. Of course, you had to bring that up. But right, we're realizing that we need to that policy making and developing policy is a legacy document that without having that policy to follow, we're subject to the whims of the individuals that are at the seat, and the loudest voice has control of the talking stick. By creating policy and this framework that people operate in, you're establishing those expectations. And so we like to say now, this is becoming more language we're using, that people don't govern, policy governs. So you govern by creating policy, and that creates the framework, the decision space in which you're operating in. So if you think about, there's a difference between governing and politics, and I think that's kind of what you're alluding to, or at least what I'm interpreting when you say, look, we only govern what we can influence. And if you want us to talk about some resolution on, something, that's politics. And we can decide whether we want to engage or not, but at least let's have an honest conversation. Is this really governing, or are we engaging in politics? So we have, to me, in my mind, we have the very top of the apex is going to be our state's constitution. The Constitution, which establishes our framework of government, the relationship between government and the people, the roles and responsibilities, how government functions, what people should expect from their government, and then the rights of the people. So that's kind of that big overarching document. It's not very long, but then we have the MCA. The Helena Charter, I think, would fit between state constitution, Helena Charter, and then the MCA fills in the gaps. So the Montana Code then defines how we're going to implement that constitution. Then you create your local policies, and this is kind of the conversation we were having about the Helena Citizens Council. And how do we now tighten that up so that there's a clarity about roles, responsibilities, and expectations for the relationship between the City Council and the Helena Citizens Council? And that's done and established by a local policy, which can be changed and modified over time. And what I like about policy is we don't always have the answers, but we're saying, oh, well, let's try this, implement it, see how it works, and we can modify it by changing or modifying that policy over time. And as society, technology, and some of those things change, then we need to evolve that policy to account for that. Clarification through Attorney General opinions, Supreme Court case notes give us precedent to understand better those local policies and how we operate. So there's a whole flow of information here that gives you guidance in the framework that you operate in as a government. And then we have what we call best practices, common traditions, and I draw that line there between what is written down is what's above the line, and then what we do and how we conduct ourselves, culture, norms. And sometimes absent of a lot of the work we do in rural communities, they have never really written policies on how they conduct their city council meetings. It's just always been a tradition that we come in, we act appropriate, and we're good actors, we have good intentions. Well, that's shifting in the state right now. People are not coming to the table with good intentions and want to be a good actor, but they want to come in there and blow the place up. And now they're realizing we have no set of policies to provide governance and process. We've only relied upon our norms and customs. This is no longer sufficient when people come in with bad intentions. You picking up what I'm laying down? So we want to be thinking about how do we establish this framework, write it down, there's accountability baked into that, and then if we want to change it, we can. But we say, hey, if you want to be a bad actor, we've got local policies that provide guidance, and if you aren't going to follow those rules, then we can discipline you, right? That's always kind of a high level, but right? So hopefully that makes sense. So then the question is, what's good policy? What are the factors that go into making and creating good policy? And we've been shopping this around and adding to it as we go along. So if there's things that can be added to this list, we'll write it down and we'll add another dot or another thing. But
We didn't write it down last time and we forgot what it was.
yeah. So one of the things is you're looking at a policy, right? A policy proposal. what is the filters that you go through in thinking about creating a good policy? What are all the different aspects that we want to consider? So is it environmentally sound? So public works, you're probably putting that through the litmus test, public works, right?
Yeah.
You know, is this environmentally sound? Are we making things better? Are we protecting the environment that we're operating in? Is this a good policy that's going to provide that? Is it publicly acceptable? Right, the chicken ordinance thing, right? The urban chickens, is it, you're trying to balance what's the acceptability in our community and the public's acceptance of having urban chickens or not. Political willingness to act. Is the commission willing to step out and take an action on this? Or is it, we're not ready, you know, there's something about this process that we feel uncomfortable and we're not willing to take the leap yet. Are we using the best science available? Back to your comment, Commissioner, is that they did the best they could with what they knew. Now, 100 years later, we're realizing the science has caught up with us, realizing that probably wasn't the best idea. Who thought that using lead solder was a good idea when we're building drinking fountains in old buildings, you know, back in the 30s? We thought, oh, we'll just use lead solder. Well, that's been a problem, hasn't it? Right. And so now, you know, but that was what they knew at the time. And so now we're spending a lot of treasure trying to fix those mistakes. Is it financially viable? We have the resources, not just today, but can we sustain this over time? We often say, be leery of those bearing gifts. Here, we're going to build this wonderful jungle gym or whatever it is out in the park. We'll build it with volunteer labor and volunteer donations, and then we're going to turn it over. Where's Parks and Rec? We're turning it over to you. And it's like, oh, what a mess. And I've got to maintain this. Just keep it, because it's going to cost us way more to maintain that over the next 20 years than it is to buy the thing new. How we, you know, yeah, I know. Yes. That's what I mean. So, right. So you've got to be thinking about, right, is this viable? And so sometimes it may be unpopular to say no, not under these conditions or whatever. So financially viable. Is the process we're following ethical? We have a Montana Code of Ethics, right? So does that meet the legal requirement? But then there's just this ethical behavior that we have with as an organization. Are we being ethical about how we're following the process? It may be consistent with the law, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's ethical. The small, what I call the small e of ethics, the law being the big E ethics, right? Yeah, we're following the big E ethics. There's nothing illegal about this, but the public says, yeah, you guys are screwing up. You know, you're just, you know, morally corrupt. And then finally, my favorite, is it equitable over time? With the finance folks, right? Is this going to be equitable over time? Back to the public works, the sidewalks, the water system, sewer system that's been neglected for, you know, hasn't been sufficiently maintained. What you're doing in order to keep today's water rates low, so I can be the hero in town. Everybody loves me because it's so cheap to live here. What you're doing is you're putting that financial burden on a future generation. You're kicking the can down the road, and that balloon payment will come due. So that small town I was a mayor of, they had neglected for 40 years their water and sewer system. And that when I took office, the old council chair, you know, we sworn in, I went to go take the mayor's seat, and he grabs me by the arm and says, we got a good thing going here with these water and sewer rates. Don't mess this up. $15 flat rate per month. Got a good thing going here. We started that year redoing our water and sewer system. We were pumping in 10 million gallons into the water system, 4 million gallons going through water meters, 6 million gallons leaking out. Sewer system, you go down to the sewer lagoon, 6 million gallons or 10 million gallons going in to the sewer lagoon. Well, if 4 million is going through water meters, where's the other 6 million coming from? Groundwater infiltration. So we had a failed system. So over the next 17 years, that community invested $17 million in their water and sewer system. So the last 40 years at $15 flat rate, they had a sweetheart deal. That next generation had to pay the balloon payment. We were not governing equitably over time. So that's always a hard political decision and part of it's that politically acceptable is you're trying to help them understand that, yeah, we're putting money away and aside for, we're going to have a big chunk of money sitting there in reserves because someday we've got to replace this system. We want to have cash on hand. So those are things that, as you're considering, how do we look at the policies we're making? Is there a framework in which we're operating? Not all of these are going to apply for every decision you're making, but it gives you at least a framework to consider that you can, yep, we've looked at the environment. Yep, we've looked at the financial viability. Yep, we've looked at equitability over time. We're considering all these things, and it gives you language when you explain to the public why you're making a decision that may appear to be unpopular. But I have a framework I'm operating from, and I'm saying I'm making this decision not because it's making you happy because it's cheap today, but I'm thinking about your grandkids. Is there something we can add to the list?
Dan, I'm wondering if you were strategic in not including something like enforceability.
Yes, and thinking also talking to the attorney is legal.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
legal. And then enforceability. So yeah, we'll add that to our list and we'll try to figure out how to frame that in there. Yeah.
We have a list now.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, because these are all the things that we want to be considering when we're making decisions. And it's just not an easy, people want, and I'm facilitating what the people want, but you also have a duty to consider the whole picture. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I think I wouldn't add a thing, but I would maybe clarify or stand a bit on publicly acceptable. How do you gauge public acceptability? Who is your public? What is your process for assessing whether or not the public is weighed in? I think each community is different. You hear from a certain segment, but how are you ensuring representation of segments that you may not be hearing from automatically?
Yeah. 40,000 people-ish live in town. How many people show up at your meetings?
It depends on the topic.
Bring up chickens again, you might get a lot more showing up. But yeah, so you get an extreme minority showing up with strong feelings about that. And then how do we balance what I'm hearing in the room through public comment? But also, what are those other communities or segments of our community that as we represent all those interests in the community? Yeah, that's always the challenge. And what are they feeling? So. Okay. All right, so this is just kind of contextual, helping us kind of think about who we are, what is our role as an organization, what's our purpose in serving the community. And in light of that, then, as we start shifting to start thinking about the strategic plan. And as we make this next step here is thinking about the difference between leadership and management. And so I like to ask this question. Anyway, so what is the difference between leadership and management? Maybe we'll have this kind of quick conversation and put that in some context for our conversation today. Thoughts on that?
Provides vision and management implements the vision-ish.
Okay, yes, and what else? How else would you define it? Because there's a lot of ways which you can look at this. But yes.
I tend to think I'm pretty similar to what Commissioner Reed just said, but leadership being strategic and management being sort of tactical, I guess, and what comes from background, I suppose, but similar to
yeah.
There's a lot of overlap.
Okay, talk more about that.
Well, as you're leading, you're managing.
Yeah.
It all happens at the same time. And if you get dialed in, you can roll.
Yeah. Have you ever thought that you could be in a meeting and you may, during that meeting, assume a leadership role? And in that same meeting, assume a management role? It can be very contextual, right? That there's, it ebb and flows. And I'm sure, as we have this conversation today and tomorrow, we're going to be shifting back and forth between those two, right? What is the leadership role, not just of the commission, which is there's going to be a leadership role coming from the commission. There's going to be a leadership role coming from the staff. And there's going to be a flip, then when does it shift to management? If you think about strategic planning and the vision, mission, goals, that's going to be really a leadership discussion, right? Where are we headed? And we want to make sure that that's done not just by the commission, but it's going to be done as kind of a leadership team as we're thinking about what's the direction of the city. There's different perspectives being represented in this room. Right. I think of the head of the table here, this is the public's representation, the people that were elected, they have a particular duty in their role as elected commissioners, right? To be thinking about things in a way that might be slightly different, right? They have a duty to think in a different way than maybe the staff does. But the staff is thinking in a whole different way than maybe the commission is. And that's why we wanted both of you in the room at the same time, to have this conversation, to come to some sort of an understanding and awareness of both those, or all these different perspectives as we frame out what's the future going to look like and how do we structure our organization to start meeting those expectations for the future. So it's kind of a leadership management discussion. The board's going to be establishing the kind of or the commission's going to be establishing the leadership at a high level. This is where we want to go. And then the operationalize it is going to come from the staff saying, okay, we heard you say, this is our goal. This is how we think we're going to get there. What say you? So you're going to flip that back to them, come back and say, okay, as we've operationalized these goals that we've established, what do you think? Is this going to get you where you want? Is this what you had in mind? And that conversation and negotiation back and forth as we try to figure out how do we apply this to making sure our plans moving forward seem to function and work. Money.
No.
And I like having it, where are we at now? This is December. So I like having this conversation now because it gives you some time over the next several months as you try to operationalize the framework that we established today. That might help inform the budget season, right? As you start thinking about and preparing your budget come this spring, it seems like you're never out of the budget season, but this will at least give you some sort of framework, and it gives you some rationale as to why you're making certain decisions you are, because we've decided on this. And so how do we align our budget to some of these documents? I like to think that the budget should be aligned around your capital improvement plan, your growth policy, and your strategic plan. Those are the three main documents that you're checking in with as you start to justify how we spend the public resources. To deliver what? Well, we want to make sure we have, sustainable resources. We have a capital plan. We have a growth policy. Are we making good, thoughtful investments as we think about growth in our community? And what does our strategic plan say? So,
Dan,
yes,
back to the public policy slide,
down there.
checks that.
Ooh, talk more about that. It's interesting.
Well, let's say it's bad public policy. Who checks, who holds the policymaker accountable?
Yeah.
Your bosses, the community.
Yeah.
How about staff?
So it could be staff, could be public pushing back.
But they will push back to the leadership and the leadership will push back to the staff.
It's part of that negotiation. That's interesting.
But can staff check us?
Oh, yeah. They're part of the public.
So, Commissioner, that's that conversation that Dan talked about when we were working with the framework. That commission who was so excited to say yes to everything, the reason that we came in to help them was because the staff had been pushing back on them so hard, saying, we are so excited that you want to do all the cool things, and we have no more capacity, no more money, we can't keep doing this, stop adding things to the plate. So I think it's possible, but I think it's also best practice maybe to not have to put your professional staff in that position. I mean, they're part of their responsibility is to kind of check things as they happen, but they shouldn't have to be the one to stand up and say, this isn't right. It might be more beneficial to have a periodic check-in, say, hey, how's it working? Hey, is this fitting with what we have established? Instead of letting it run until something's blowing up so bad they have no choice but to come forward.
I think we have processed through that in the last number of years is, not necessarily coming up with the best policy, but staff might have felt reluctant. I'd be, not to put staff on the spot, but I'd say there have been instances of that, and to me, in a commission manager form of government, it seems appropriate that staff does have the ability to push back.
That's a cultural thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think from a staff excuse me, from the staff perspective, it really helps when a policy, and it could be a stretch, but if it's realistic, achievable, and measured based in reality, even though it could be a stretch and it might be a multi-year vision, but if it's unrealistic, not measurable, and as we've heard in some discussions, aspirational, then it really gives us nothing to go by.
I like I like having these conversations because it really, it unpeels the onion, if you will, and helping understand how do we operationalize it. It's one thing to throw a slide up, but as I'm thinking about your comment, really, this is where staff can be engaged in this part of the circle. These two things are really kind of political process. You know, are you willing to act? And as the public, you know, trying to gauge that, right? Where's the fulcrum as you're moving that around? And this is really where that conversation, you know, is being informed. Some's going to come from the public, but a lot of this is going to come from your professional staff trying to figure out. And if we add is it legal, right? Which might fall under the ethical process. Maybe we'll put ethical and legal something there, but yeah, trying to find that balance. Yeah, this is an interesting conversation. Go ahead.
To the point about the ethical, legal, something about the authority. For instance, we've got city, county, state roads. We had the incident with the folks in Orofino Gulch just on the outside of city limits. However, those people do walk into town for services, etc. There was an expectation, or at least a preconceived notion from the public, that was our responsibility, or who's in charge of this, because they kind of straddle both lines. And luckily, you know, to Police Chief Petty's credit, working with the Sheriff's Department and working with local nonprofits, I think the authority piece is something that, I guess, help educating the public on that as well, of what roles are. I think that helps as well as that communication piece.
And I think that's one of the roles that you can play is how to shine a light on this issue and bring some energy to it to try to resolve it. And it may have been a slow burn for a long time. It's bubbled up to a point where, all right, it's time to act. And how do we do that? Go ahead.
And just to build up what Andy's saying, I think part of that then becomes critically important as to how strong your strategic partnerships are, whether it's another unit of government or a nonprofit organization. And those relationships, even though they're not directly related to city services, the city can influence that in a positive way.
And in order to have those relationships function, what must exist in that equation? I'm fishing for a word, probably not asking the question well. You probably know where I'm going.
Trust.
Yeah, you've got to have a trusting relationship, right? So it is, you know, if the city as a whole compromise, you know, acts in a way that erodes trust, this ability to convene, to shine the spotlight, to get people to step forward and help, you lose that convening power. You lose that ability to work with partners, to influence, because you don't always have the hands on the wheel, you know, control the sticks. It's somebody else, but it's an issue that you are held accountable for, but I can't control. I can't solve the problem, but I can bring people to the table to solve the problem because it's not mine necessarily. I don't have the authority alone to deal with this. And I think that's really important. So I think we had questions about trust in the survey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of that conversation. Go ahead.
A couple of words that just in my history of my journey in leadership, the things that are pointed out, and you're talking about influence, and I think that's a key component of leadership, is the ability to influence, and that, you know, partners with your strategic relationships and being able to get things done collaboratively.
Yeah. Yeah, so as you think about it, and I think becoming a leadership organization, an organization that provides leadership in your community, is not something that's just granted. It doesn't come by law. It's something you develop, you cultivate, you earn, and you have to occupy that space. And so it's an intentional thing. And this is why I love doing these conversations, because this is where we're saying, okay, it's time for us to define what does leadership in our community look like, and having a sort of a plan. If you didn't have a plan, can you really step into that space and be the leader? Because we don't know. We're just making stuff up. We're on our heels all the time, responding, reacting. And I'll tell you, some folks love that space. They want to be in that space. I was told by a county commissioner, why would I want self-governing powers? That just means a whole lot of work. But now I can step back and respond and say no. Because their default answer in that county is no. Whatever you want to do, don't have the power. Sorry, no, 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 no. Why would I want to take that ability for me to say no and stay on my heels and lean in and solve problems in my county by having self-governing powers? No, thank you. Don't want it. Don't even bring it to my county. I thought, wow, there's a leader for me. Good election in that county. Go ahead.
Well, we organically got to the conversation about trust and building trust, and I think it came from Commissioner Logan's question about who checks this. And I appreciate that, because what I hear in that conversation is that there is some trust from the commission, and I'm looking at you all, and some trust from the commission to hear from staff to check these things for them. And that's music to my ears. I came from a place where I was counsel for a commission who the commissioners did not want to hear from the staff. They felt like it was pushing an agenda, but that staff was the professional experts in the issues. They dealt with it day in and day out. They understood it. They also knew their role was not to necessarily take, everything they heard and anyway.
Yeah, filter it. Yeah.
Yeah, and filter it. And so I guess what I heard there, which is really useful, I think, for our directors, because I do think, Commissioner Logan, you're correct when you say there has been some reticence to do recommendations and from the staff and the directors to the commission. But I don't know that serves you as well. So I'd be curious to hear from you about what you expect for that presentation, because that's where the rubber meets the road, right? Is presentation in front of the commission on a particular subject, and whether or not all of those things are found in what we're presenting. So we don't have to take time now if you don't want to. I just thought it's.
We got all day.
Got it. So I guess I worked in fire service for 20 years, completely bizarre organization. It really is. I mean, what you're doing is you're throwing. You're throwing people who tend to be type A personalities into a place for 24 hours. And it just has some really incredible interpersonal dynamics. Yeah. Really, they should do college level classes on it, really. And I say that out of kindness. I mean, that's in a way that, but one of the most important things I think I learned during 20 years was taught by a guy, Chief Campbell, a guy named Alan Bernasini. And he talked about a concept called loyal insubordination, which I think relates to exactly what you're talking about. You've got people, whether they're in leadership or whether they're staff, employees, in the hierarchical structure of the fire department, the chief, and then the line people. Anybody in that organization, it should be a bi-directional thing, that if their interest is for the organization, they should be able to express it. Whether it's me as chief, that firefighter knows that I don't like that, but if they express it, it's going to cost them. And if you have an organization that's mature and thinks about this term loyal insubordination, that individual should be able to bring that up through the organization, and that's culture, which builds trust. And I think really the commission and staff, let's say over the course of 6 years, somewhere in there, maybe we still do have that difficulty, that reticence, that lack of trust. I think it's gotten better over the years, but it's definitely a part of whether the good public policy ultimately gets implemented. Because if your professionals are saying, let's not go there, it's not realistic, achievable, and measurable. But if they don't feel comfortable saying that, we're gonna move on. It's great. We're hearing nothing. And so drive on.
Yeah. No, and I think having that ability within there has to be a high level of trust within an organization for that to happen, have this loyal insubordination, that I know that it's not going to come back and bite me, but if I'm speaking from a place that I'm here for the organization, the betterment of the organization, then that has some value in how I look at that and how I respond to that. And it's not against you, but it's again, let's talk about the idea. So in order to create that trust within an organization, to have that, to allow the organization to take appropriate risk, I need to know you've got my back. If I'm going to step out and try something new or challenge the process in any sort of way, I got to know that there's a trusting organization around me that's got my back. Because if I don't feel like you got my back, I'm going to be just the opposite. I'm going to come in, I'm going to be a little bit reticent. I'm going to only do what I know exactly. I'm not going to raise my head at all for fear that I might get lopped off, right? So I'm going to do just the minimum to get by. And this organization can't survive with that kind of a culture. So in order to have a culture that's thriving, that's innovative, you've got to have that trust and nurture that what I say, appropriate risk taking, that we want to try the things, we want to challenge the existing processes. We've got to find creative solutions to complicated problems. And in order to do that, we have to have this environment that works. And I'll just touch on kind of something that triggered for me with what you're saying, is that by having this strategic plan, by having something in place that allows people to have an anchor saying, look, this is where we're trying to go. We have a lot of different ideas of how we can get there. So I now feel like I can contribute my ideas to the plan. And it's easier to talk about the plan and how we can accomplish the plan and our goals and our vision. That's rather than you're doing it wrong. It becomes less personal. You're doing it wrong. You're corrupting your thought process. You're illogical or whatever. It's not about you. It's about, well, how do we make the plan better? And it gives you something to focus on. That external thing to focus on shifts the dynamics of the organization. Without that, it's all interpersonal then, right? It's about me against you in a competition of ideas, rather than we have something we can focus on, and how does that idea relate to helping us accomplish our goal and outcome. I don't know if that's nuancy, but that's how I talk about this.
I guess I'm getting a sense, just you said that we're not there yet.
I think we're further along than
And
I've
I'm
seen in other places.
What I want what I see here is that for me personally, I rely on the professionals because I know nothing but financing, and I'm not going to pretend to know it. So we hired her to tell us what's going on, and so I trust your relationship with me. You will be able to tell me the truth. Same thing with public work. How do I know about all these different crap y'all go through? I don't know it. So I rely on you to tell me the truth. So, and believe it or not, but I really do trust your judgment and your recommendation. Personally, I look out for those recommendations because I know you're supposed to be working in the best interest of the community and of the city. So I trust that.
Yeah. I guess I'd love to echo that. Since we're having the discussion,
The love fest.
Yes.
It's shit with finance so far.
Yeah.
Fire under the bus, that's okay.
Is the idea that I echo these comments about trust of staff, professionalism and knowledge that they have in each of their disciplines, and so I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Well, and I think it's connected at several levels. Part of it's legacy, where past city attorneys have said you can only recommend, approve, table, or deny.
Right.
And I don't buy that legal opinion because I go to the charter, which requires that we make recommendations. And you've probably seen of late that the recommendations are more solid. Now, that doesn't mean the governing body has to agree with the recommendation. You can modify, change, or deny it. But at least it comes from a place within a healthy culture of professional advice, which is what people are paid to afford. And then we go from there based upon the government's view of this community too, because you have a different perspective than I do. And so you combine all that together, and hopefully the outcome is, based upon trusting relationships, a good decision that benefits the community.
And we have gotten to points where I didn't quite agree. We send you back saying, hey, get us some more information on this. So I think that tells a lot about the relationship. It doesn't mean that we're just going to take everything laying down. If I don't understand it, you got to tell me more. Like I remember one of my first time coming, you come here, you don't know these things. You learn as we go. And I was struggling. And then Ryan got up and explained what they were doing. And then I said, oh shit, yeah. After the meeting, I ran straight to him. You remember that day? I told him, I said, man, thanks for explaining it like that. Because for us, we come with the basic. We don't know the intricacies. So when you trying to explain to the intricacies to the basics, you know, it's a lot of work. But we tend to understand what's going on. But if we don't, we say, hey, bring us more information. And I think that's where that relationship piece comes in.
And you folks being being that fulcrum, right? Because you're trying to balance what is it that I'm hearing, right? Because they're going to give you, they're going to give you a lot of good information. And I often say that a democratic process, you get about 70% good. Seldom are you going to get 100% right on the money, because it's going to get modified. Right, that's right. It's going to get modified as you're trying to balance those interests out there. They might give you 100% good answer, but it may not be politically acceptable. We've got to find where is that space, right? We can't quite meet all of our financial needs at raising the rates by $1.50. So we're going to have to raise it maybe $1 or 75 cents. It's not quite where it needs to be, but it's acceptable to get there. And that's where you folks are trying to find where's that acceptability in light of what's the best answer, or best whatever you can come up with. And then that agenda thing, and that's what I want to come back to that. I didn't say it very well before, but I think when there's a sense that, there's a lack of trust because I feel like the staff has an agenda that they're trying to push. And I think agenda, that language around agendas, and I don't trust it because it comes from a space where there isn't a good strategic plan. We have no framework to operate from. And that's where we have all these agendas, competing agendas, and we get these fiefdoms and silos. And it's not a very good organization to be managing because there's all this competition, because you don't have anything to bring everybody together. And the leadership, right? You hold this organization accountable back to, so how does this fit into our strategic plan?
And I'd add to that it's that our primary obligation at the staff level is to make sure the commission and the mayor have the information necessary at the time that you're going to make a decision. And who you've been an elected official who likes to be surprised Monday night at the commission meeting.
It's fantastic.
And so the culture and the structure needs to allow the time for the commission to be informed by the time they go across the hallway and actually take a vote. And that includes the whole public process.
That's why it's not fast. This is why it's not a business. Like, you're not making these quick decisions. You're not, yeah, the public weighs in too. They have a bite of that apple. So anyway, do you have a thing to say?
Well, I think this conversation is a really good example of that idea of the decisions made in the past are affecting the reality you live in today and how you want to change that. I just heard an expression from the commission saying, we want to hear your thoughts, whether they're in support of what we're trying to do or you have something to push back on. And the staff saying, we want to give you our thoughts. But unless you make that explicit and how you're going to operationalize it, there's always going to be that barrier where people aren't quite sure. And it likely has nothing to do with your interactions. It sounds very positive and very welcoming, but everybody comes with their own experience, right? And so you're telling yourself a story. They don't want to hear this. They're going to think I'm being obstructive, all of these things. And unless you clarify that intention, it will create a barrier that you don't even know exists until it shows up in an unproductive way.
And one of the big challenges is every 2 years.
Yeah. Yes.
Changes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where does time fit into this? Time.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
with you, and I guess I
Glacier
should be
speed.
more explicit. Managing expectations from policymakers, decision makers for time, what may feel urgent from that perspective is, to Tim's point, that achievable really does depend largely upon resources and time. So how does that factor into that good policy? Because then you take into account public participation and.
Do you want me to pull up the Missouri thing?
In a second. Yeah, have it ready yeah. Yeah, so time, this is what really makes it a challenge. We'll do a break here in about, unless you want to do one now. No, I'm just gonna write it. Okay, because I've noticed no one is, there's leadership. That's leadership right there. Everyone's been standing around looking at it. That's leadership. But now the mayor's made it acceptable for everyone to go and get a pastry. So yeah, this is what is different about what makes government different is it's the collective. We're trying to balance the collective's interests, and that's a different process than I'm making a bottom line decision as a business executive about how I'm going to improve the relationship I have with a customer. Their constituents, not customers, right? So it's a different thing. So as we get thinking about time and how do we apply the implementation of this, and it's glacier speed, and it's intended to be glacier speed. And this is where people, because every 2 years we're getting a new person coming to the table and they have different expectations. And this is, again, this is not designed. It's just the way it's not designed. And these are people that they're only all deference. But their qualifications are they're over 18, they live in their district for more than 60 days, and they put out a lot of yard signs. Okay, and as the mayor said this year.
Yeah.
But as Mayor Collins says, I don't know this stuff. And so I'm coming to the table with an interest in how do I serve my community? I have my hope is, and this is that we come with that, I have a public service concern here. I have a public service desire. And so how do we become educated and informed and make these deliberative processes? And so really, in a way, government is designed to be deliberative, not decisive. You make decisions, but through a deliberative process. And so that's part of the challenge we have in our expectations that the public has for you is they want you to operate like Walmart, but they want to be part of the process. And you can't have it both ways. Anyway, so voter review, we'll talk about all that then. What did you ask?
So to Danae's question about
Oh,
how
time.
do we check time, resources, money, all those things? I'm thinking about the framework that Missoula uses, and we can, I can send this out too. It shows,
That's the one.
sure. So that when a request comes into the commission, this is the decision tree that we help them develop. So it comes in, then the first question is, should we do this? And there's sub questions under this, right? So does it help? Does it meet our strategic goals, our values, all these things? Then the next one is, can we do this? And you'll see the parentheses are the people who are kind of in charge of making decisions at each point. The first one is the commission. Should we? Say yes. Then they say, can we? They're only going to say yes if their leadership team, the staff team, comes to them and says, yes, we think we can do it. It's legal, we can do it financially, we have the time, the resources, all the things. And then they get into how are we going to do this? What is our role? And at the end, there's a go, no go decision. Now, that there's a whole bunch that goes into each of those sections. And that was a result of, we asked them kind of some survey questions and they came up with all of these different concerns.
Like a filter.
Yeah.
As they take each of these initiatives, they put it through the filter, ask tons of questions about their role in these public issues that come up.
And the purpose was to inform the commission so that they were saying yes to things that they could actually be successful in delivering, right? So I think back to your question, that consideration has to happen at the go, no go decision point, not let's say yes to this and then, oh crap, we don't have any time to do it.
Or just dump it on the staff and say, you guys figure it out.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're overwhelmed, we can't do it. And then we're under delivering what you publicly committed to. And they were trying to avoid those. And then when that happens, when you under deliver on something you committed to, what happens then to the trust? Starts to nosedive. And then your ability, when you start losing trust between the organization and the public you serve, then it gets even more complicated to go.
Well, I'd suggest that the process that we're undertaking now is not too far off this.
Yeah.
It may not be as scripted, but in terms of, if we're going to lay down a important topic, policy issue with the commission, we do it in an administrative meeting. And if it's complicated and a big deal, it takes as many administrative meetings as it takes. Patience can be a virtue, even though you're getting pressure from all kinds of.
Is a great example of that.
Yeah.
That the way that was handled was, you know, we've got all these public interests saying, we need money here, we need money there. And we had staff and manager who were saying, we got time. We deliver it. And we were patient as well. But you did have a lot of public interest sort of action now sort of thing. And
yeah. And I think,
and as a part of that too, by the time that the governing body made a decision, you guys had all the information
Right.
that you needed at the time.
yeah, and I think part of this is coming to that awareness as an organization, as individuals, particularly the electeds, understanding that, and then developing language so that you can help frame those expectations with the public. Otherwise, you're always in that misalignment of their expectations, what your ability is to deliver or deliver well. We could certainly make some quick decisions for you, but there may not be the best decisions that meets that good policy dynamic. That's going to take some time. So, all right, so we're getting close. Are we getting close?
Yeah.
I'm
impressed it took you till 10 o'clock to write on a flip chart.
Yes.
Yeah, I am too. That's got to be a first.
Yeah. So we're just about there. So let's, and then we'll take a break here. Oh, where are we at in time? Okay, let's see. If you were driving down the road and these are the driving conditions you come across, how are you going to respond as the driver? What will you do? You slow down,
Turn on the lights.
turn on your lights,
Pay attention.
you start heads on a swivel, paying attention,
Turn on the radio.
turn on the radio so you can see better. Yeah, you gotta see better, turn the radio down. Right, so you want to concentrate more.
stop texting.
You stop. 10 to 2, right? So you're leaning in, radio's down, you're slowing down, lights are on, right? You're very cautious. Why? That's right. Why are you very cautious?
Get an accident.
You don't want to get in the accident. And why don't you want to get in an accident?
Because of the elements.
You can't see where you're going. It is unclear. Your future is unclear. So your behavior is going to be very conservative. You're going to step back, slow down, and your head's going to be on a swivel. You don't know what's going to go on. So you're going to be very small c conservative. These words, they co-opted. I use half the language. Very conservative. Now, flip that. Driving down the road with this type of driving condition. Now, how are you going to be behaving?
Hands up.
Driving with your knee.
Gotta love Montana.
On a good chat, with one hand, drinking on the other hand, driving with your knee. So you're going to take far more risks in this scenario because why? It's clear.
You can see your future.
You see your future. You see where you're going. So what we're trying to go from is from here, right? Not to say you're completely here, but we want to shift here and think about everyone within the organization. If I don't understand, even some line officer or person in the organization, if I don't understand my role, I don't understand what success looks like. I don't understand how my contributions in this position are making any difference. I'm going to be operating like this. I'm going to show up at 8. I'm going to leave at 5. I'm going to take my 2 breaks. I'm going to take my lunch. I'm going to do exactly what I'm told to do. And I'm going to tell you half the time that is not in my job description because I don't know what success looks like. Right? I am a phone it in employee, but if I want an engaged employee, I want an employee that's going to come and give their discretionary effort. I want to understand where I'm going, how I'm going to get there, how my effort is contributing to an overall good. Right? Some of that is the leadership role that you have to play with your staff. And the part of this, and your ability to clarify that for them is having some sort of a strategic plan where you can put in context your contribution is overall helping us accomplish this thing. So we want to get an environment like this. And I think the strategic planning, good capital improvement plan, and a good budget and growth policy is really going to help you be clear about where we're going, how we're going to get there.
Let's take a break first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do want to say for the record, there is nobody that takes better care of the customer when the door goes up than a fire department. So.
Oh, Lord.
So we're just going to say,
That deserves a comment on the board.
basically, fire, good. Yeah, you got that on the thing. All right.
Is that better?
All right. So why don't we take a break? We're not too far behind, which is pretty good for me.
Pretty unusual.
It is unusual. So we're hoping that this has been a good conversation for some context, get us our head kind of wrapped around what we're trying to accomplish here, which will give kind of a lubricant, if you will, in getting the less friction as we start talking about what's going on the rest of the morning and the afternoon. So let's take a break. We'll come back about 3:30, maybe 3:45. I'm going to be around all day. Remember, so we'll come back about 15 minutes, and then we'll get rolling on a few more slides, and we'll do an activity.
Oh, no.
Alrighty, we're ready. We got the
Mike's back.
mics back on. People are watching us now. Welcome back from break. Good chatting in the interim there. So we've got a few more slides and then we'll do our activity. But this, I'm a visual. Some of the folks are visual, some are more text. Anyway, this helps me understand what we're trying to accomplish. And so it gives you I guess, a framework to operate from. The way we look at strategic planning is we're going to focus on, we're going to have some sort of an assessment. Where are we currently? What's our current status? What's our current situation? Where do we want to be? What's our vision of the future? Right. So that opens up us saying, okay, this is where we are today. This is where we want to be. So what's the difference? And what's driving us to that vision? What's driving us? What's propelling us or pushing us in that direction? Right. And if we can identify what those drivers are, what's compelling us to go in that direction, if we identify that, that allows us then to say, okay, then what are our barriers? What's preventing us from achieving that desired future? And what are the factors that are critical to our success? These are things that must happen in order for us to achieve that. When you identify those barriers and critical success factors, it allows you then to develop strategies and plans around how do we mitigate and manage those to allow us to accomplish our vision and of what our plan is. So that's kind of the model we use as we look at strategic planning and having you think about, well, what's pushing us, what's compelling us, what's driving us to that ideal future, and then how do we manage that intentionally to get us there. Yeah, the future doesn't just happen, it's shaped by decisions. And I think that's where you're at this point now where you say, okay, we're ready to step into the arena. We're ready to start making decisions and start defining our future and being intentional, creating that future by design rather than allowing our default, just momentum. Because here's the thing, you will arrive at some destination in the future. It's just how life is. You will arrive somewhere. And the question is that where you want to be? And how much influence can you have over defining that space or that place you arrive in the future? I use this example, these arrows. This may be what your organization or the community, we'll use the community as an example. Discussion we're just having, but you may have a lot of organizations in your community that are well-intentioned and are working hard to do good work. But it might look like this. Everyone's going in all these different directions. And then you add on top of that what I like to call free radicals. These are people in your community that are not joiners. These are all these different organizations, civic organizations and, public interest organizations, right? They're doing good work in your community. And these free radicals are not joiners, so they're not contributing at all to the work that these organizations are doing. And does this look very effective? No, thank you. No, it doesn't look effective at all. We want to find some alignment, right? So by finding alignment within those arrows, they're not all going to go in the same direction, but we want to find some alignment, and we do that around the creation of a vision. And then it allows those free radicals an opportunity. They may not join the organization, but they might say, hey, I may not want to join the soccer club or the soccer organization's board, but I really am passionate about soccer. So I will volunteer to help out, but I'm not going to be a joiner. Or I like the work that the Kiwanis does, but I'm not going to join the Kiwanis. Do you guys have a Kiwanis here? I'm not going to join. I'm not going to show up at 6 a.m. to have these meetings. It's not my thing. I'm too busy or whatever. But when the Kiwanis does an activity that's helping us contribute something to my community, we'll all volunteer and show up. I may not plan the big community race, but I'll show up and volunteer at an aid station, right? So you're finding ways for those free radicals to engage and participate. And so you're leveraging all of this in the community, and that's built around creating some sort of a vision. Now, what we're doing here today is not establishing a community vision. This is more of an organizational vision. Community vision is going to take a whole lot more. It's going to be a whole lot of outreach and having a lot of facilitated conversations within communities. You're trying to define, well, where do we want to go as a community? And then in that vision, what is our role as a city around helping that? Because clearly there's going to be a whole lot more that's going to go on to accomplish that vision than what you can do. but you're a partner and a player in that. I think of a pie, right? We can buy a big circle. You're just a slice of that pie when you think about community. What's the local government's role in that? But there's the religious community, there's all these other communities out there that can also contribute to creating that vision. So today we're just gonna be talking about an organizational vision. What are we going to do? Be clear about what our capacity is, what our vision is as an organization, which may set up in the future if you choose to say, well, are we ready to have a broader conversation in our community? Talk about a vision of 2050 in our community. And what might that look like? And how do we empower and motivate and engage the community to reach that? And then what is our role in accomplishing?
So we get asked to meet with the public a lot, coffee or beer, whatever, oddly enough. And one of the things I've been doing in the last 6-8 months is any individual that asks to meet, they tend to be part of an organization or possibly free radicals, but it is what's the role of municipal government? And it's so interesting to hear the answers. And I'll just say there's no right answer. Just tell me what you think, you know, and it's typically broad and sweeping. And you know, I think we might have to ask that of ourselves, is what do we, you know, consider the role of municipal government? I guess that's kind of where we are to get toward a vision. And the answers are, like I say, really interesting. And I'd be interested at some point in this discussion today to hear what my colleagues consider, you know.
And those are really good questions to ask. And I think in your context in this room, if you were to have that conversation, I would assume that you may have greater ability to do things in your community. What are some of the limitations of your ability to fully, it's like the phenotype genotype idea, right? I don't want to get into genetics discussion, but we have a potential. You have a potential to do things, but there's a reality of what you can do. What are going to be some of those sideboards that defines what that reality is? Any guesses? Any guesses? Finances. Do we have the money to do it? Yeah, we could do all sorts of things. Do we have the money to do it? Right. And if we don't, then there's a question or a conversation. Is there a trade-off? Or is there an opportunity for more additional revenue? Like those seem to be your options, right? Either we do a trade-off. We value this idea more than that idea. So we'll swap out in our budget, or that's a really great idea. There's enough public support that, well, maybe we can generate additional revenue, add more to the kitty to accomplish that additional.
It's the one thing to get people to recognize is that our resources are limited, but you have all these competing priorities. And if it's really up to the commission to prioritize, you know, the budget and what we want to move forward. But what I think gets lost is that there's something else that probably had to sacrifice in order to move one initiative forward, because there's just not enough resources for everything. Go ahead.
And I think just building off of that, you know, you kind of individualize an organization, we need to know who we are. And I think that there's a distinction between basic services that the city provides that nobody else provides. Clean water, police, fire. And then there are other activities that are important, but they're not necessarily under the direct purview of the city. We talked about affordable housing. We've got a trust fund. It's a priority, but we don't own any apartments that we rent out. We don't have the skill set to do that, but we know those that do. So I think that there's different levels in terms of what we do and what we can do with strategic partners. And clean water in a water plant That requires that we do that.
Yeah, and those issues, as you get into that quality of life, that then you start thinking about what is our role? Are we conveners? Are we partners? Are we facilitators? What is our role? Because it is an important issue. We can't neglect that we are a player, but what is our role as a player?
One thing I think I just would like to add is, and I know we're going to get to the survey piece of this, but like one thing that I think has become pretty clear is that there's a lot of value in stability, but we also don't, going back to your kind of fulcrum or equilibrium, stability is maintained if the public doesn't feel heard or their concerns responded to. And I think particularly in a community like Helena, there is, I think, an elevated expectation of what they want to see from local government that is very much beyond the basic fundamentals that we cover, like water and streets and etc. And I think that's like balancing that of how do you maintain high quality in those fundamentals while also still moving forward and addressing some of those concerns that are don't fall into the pot of fundamentals, but are something the community expects. Because if you don't do that, and I mean, there's lots of examples of this. Voters will say, well, fine, then I'll find someone else who will want this. And then you have instability that created within the organization. You have to start all over again.
What other organization in this community has such a broad interest representation and purpose? The city seems to occupy that spot. And so that's, I think, why they keep coming to you, because you have this broad, representation and purpose. You just may not have the authority, or it's not in our lane. Right? You think about the religious community, they're going to have their congregants. You think about United Way, but they're going to have their certain, any one of those, what's the people that build the houses? Habitation, right? They all occupy a particular space, but they don't have that broad overreaching like you do. And that's why I think you become the default. The catch-all. We've got a challenge, an issue, a concern in our community, and there's no one out there to pick up the baton, but we're going to come to you and expect you to do that. And so are those expectations increasing over time? Yes. 15-10-420 says you're losing money over time. It's built in that you're getting half the rate of inflation averaged over 3 years. So you're getting less and less resources. Inflation goes up, but you're getting less money, and those demand for expectations go up. So you're in this really challenging spot to have to manage, right, those expectations in your community. So by having a good strategic plan, which we'll maybe get to before this whole retreat is over, because I'm talking so much, but having a good strategic plan really helps you provide guidance as an organization of what the language we can use. Right. This is part of our plan. This is what we're trying to accomplish. Here's how we value taking the input from the community and operationalize our budget and our investment around these things. We have certain pillars that we have a duty to maintain. This is how we resource those pillars. We've done that through a very open, engaging process in the community, and we're tapped. So if more needs to come, either it's going to be additional revenue, or we're going to have to do a trade-off. So we have to go back and revisit what we've decided where our priorities are. And that's always an interesting conversation. Eventually,
Are you ready?
I think we're done. I think we go from here, and then it's this one. Yeah. So we want to kick it over to you, and you can yell at them for a while.
Oh, you're gonna make me explain.
I don't.
Yeah. Okay. So historically, when we do strategic planning, we have had the group work through a mission and vision statement and do the wordsmithing and the fighting over the this or a or may or must or whatever. And it's a painful process, and nobody likes to do it. At the end, what we usually end up with is a statement that everybody's kind of, that's fine. The intent is to help you envision what you see your community looking like in 20, 30, 40 years for your kids, their kids, all the way down the line, right? So what are you doing today that's going to make those things possible, or at least set it up so that the people in your seats in 30 years have the ability to make the decisions that meet the needs of their community. We're gonna try something different. Instead of asking you to do the wordsmithing, we're gonna ask you to draw it. So what we want you to do is, if we can clear off, this side might be easier to clear. If we can clear off this table, we're gonna give,
The low tech side of the room. Just saying.
we're gonna give each of you a marker, and what we would invite you to do is kind of split up. Don't hang out with your crew that you always hang out with. So commissioners, split yourself up amongst amongst the staff. Find groups of 2 or 3 or 4. And I want you on this paper to draw out for us, what will Helena look like in 2050 if you can meet your ideal goals? What are the amenities? What are the things that aren't here? What does the community look like? What are they doing? Does that make sense? So it's going to be kind of a mural style, but we're going to try to pick up on the key themes, the things that are really important to you as a leadership team to provide for your community by 2050. Good?
Maybe.
Maybe. We might.
I can do this like a stick person. Yeah, the bottom, the max on right there, tap on.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I did it too.
It's cold in here.
Also, I told Dan yesterday, if a fire tower shows up nowhere on this paper, we have failed.
I'm not good at dictionaries.
Put it on first. All right, so you're welcome to come in the inside or go on the outside. Would you mind? Moving it. If I look at your, so you have advertisements.
We're supposed to either draw or write while we.
Perfect.
Let me draw. Draw anywhere? So how would you know what it is?
You're gonna have to describe to move, or I'm just gonna come camp out in front of you. That's not quite. Style. Drawing what it looks like. Sidewalk. It would be beautiful.
That's what that would have surplus.
Yeah, something.
That's not what you asked.
It's just making a border.
No, that's sidewalk.
I get it now.
What? All right.
More trains is what he's saying.
I got home last night, gave me a big litter.
That's what it looks like.
I went to bed and brushed my teeth with trail.
Yeah, Monterey, or a fire tower. Yeah.
Light rail.
Light rail.
Okay, how do we envision? So we have the.
2050, huh?
I mean, I think that's. Accessible. Yeah. Next. I guess we don't. It's like a breakdown model. It's a wrap around.
It won't matter.
Yeah.
You just draw it, and then you'll have to talk about your patch. Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm thinking this.
Person.
I think you need a little. You don't like that? No, I get it. Road on it.
Yeah, that's not how we do it around here. With a red line, circle, you only have 2 stations now?
Okay.
I think there is.
No stations north of the.
So no north of the.
I contributed.
You got your bit of fact on there. Scoreboard, yeah. You know, north of the tracks. So that's where.
No, but this is kind of what, it's an equitable and prosperous place for all people.
Where the shop is, that's all. So you got train tracks.
So you just didn't want another train.
Yes. Well, it's volume.
Maybe we could just push the end.
What the heck is that?
Transferring.
That's the clouds.
Yep. Because they just wanted to get the savings, not caring about how much it costs.
This is the creator requirement.
And it's a tunnel under
Oh, that's
both
great.
cars and overpass. I think the study said
The lake.
road going over in the vehicle.
There you go.
I think that was.
Great. It's blowing in. Watch out my sidewalk.
So basically it'll make.
Yeah.
It's in the middle of it.
With no money on it. Like Charlie Brown Christmas. Right, there'll be a few pennies sprinkled around the base.
Yes.
Run into the cement.
It's actually right.
We can't draw these, but they're great.
Oh, you need the blue, don't you?
Oh, you should do that.
Blue.
I'm horrible. I
Okay.
really don't. Yeah. The likely gonna be, I still have more.
Because there is not a. That match.
What's the cost of life?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I can't. You know what they're- I wanted to- So I don't know how it went, but now I'm ready. I'm interested to give you some.
Oh, good. You have a fight.
I've got the influence ready.
Yeah.
Like the application. Go to the dollar.
I don't have the infrastructure.
Right there.
So I'm thinking of what makes that happen.
Arch.
Well done.
There's
Gives you
a
enough.
lot going on there. Before we talked about.
Well, think of the employee appreciation.
Connection to Andy's houses.
Right, but it was right, right, but it was an unrentable time. So that's a justification in that chart.
Yeah.
Of today, during the interviews for sales positions. You paid for munis. You paid for munis. Because you're shutting down when they would have been open. It's just a bill.
Most downsides. Just like, 13.
Just put a peep kind of credits, right? That's smart, yeah.
They were getting voted down. What could change a lot. We're in interesting places. We have to.
The cycle just drop whatever.
You can get me like.
Would you draw that for us?
Everything said. I just have. I just put the sign. What's politically acceptable. Yeah. Tim told me I can never do that again.
It's not in the budget.
It was the Hey, Joel, government.
No.
Challenge. Yeah. We're back in
Down
other cars. Crystal party.
Where's the SPG department?
Just the.
Yeah. Right here.
Never do it, you know.
Well, I had the city. What I budgeted for.
Yeah. So what the heck is it? Affordable housing?
You're upside down, yeah, housing wall. Once you get in there.
Hey, they're apartments. That's expensive, bro.
Urban chicken. It gets red.
Oh.
How are you doing for me? That's what I told you.
What's that? Green space.
Probably like a whole piece of.
I'm gonna just take a bunch of people that were all different colors.
Yeah.
You can't have to stop walking on my sidewalk. Get it off my sidewalk.
Chickens. I saw it on my phone. Laying in bed, just going through what happened. I mean, it's scraping. Yeah.
Well, maybe not that
You saw it, right? You saw it. Good for you. Not a big on signing too. Yeah. Yeah. Just not else like a checklist. It's on a new. On a new manager, we better do a strategic plan just because it's. I got. Like 5 8 hours, like every 100 feet. Yeah. These are. Stand there taking the sun, I'll have the laser yelling.
You're around it.
It's backpack,
And
just
then
standing still. But.
Soak in the sun and but where's my food? Water.
Renee, is that like you're playing with your grandchildren?
It is. Like we just said, oh, are you all waiting for me? Hold on a second. But yeah, technology is what.
Who's drawing the chicken?
And we want people. I'm gonna do the same.
I gotta see the chicken.
Here, you could just point to this one.
We gotta make sure the firemen are safe. Commissioner, I'll need a badge on this guy too.
Got it.
From.
Vaccine safe?
You need a badge?
It will be now.
Yes. Please, sir.
There's another heart.
It will.
Just launched.
We couldn't draw a badge, so he was just gonna draw a heart.
Let
He
it
said, I'm not gonna draw a badge because it looks like a heart, and I was like, just own it.
So,
Okay.
as the loving police department.
Got the creative juices flowing.
Are you a drawer?
Love drawing. Well, it was, and then I tried to, so I guess I'm not.
At least have a concept about it.
Drawing the word. I'm very particular.
Well, we don't, I'm trying to get her to draw it right now.
Yeah, and a warming hat. Here we go.
Just jump in.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Got it. I mean, Cuba's got it though.
So where's the finance?
We need the one.
We need money for that. We need money for that. warming house.
That's awesome.
That's the planning. Yeah. You know what that is, Becky?
Oh, there you go.
367,000.
Is that or what? A grant?
Put it up 9.
Oh, Frank.
Put it half.
Yeah, they haven't really decided. That's a grant.
Money?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm on the Red Cross. I'm on, yeah, I love it.
You like fire.
I love it.
Okay. It's good as it's gonna get.
That's the meat of Loki Pond. Dripping. Oh, yeah, okay.
That'll work.
Oh, can you do it full, like?
Here, we have healthy, ethical, equitable, prosperous, we can add safe.
Safe, because that looks
Yeah.
like a red X.
Looks like
Thank
Red
you.
X.
a bad thing, exactly. We could do single.
There we go.
Yeah, beautiful skyscraping too. With the diverse and happy population. Where's my unicorn?
Give me your-
Or my unicorn.
You need a rainbow, you just.
And
get
a little
like
rainbow, yeah.
red.
Which I think that might be.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it the way I do.
There you go.
It's gonna be
Way spectrum is, but that's okay.
instead of trying to create. It's gonna have to, like, give some of these.
Watch over the shit.
Close enough.
Pulling out their bourbon.
Yeah.
We might have a problem.
When the people started showing up, then I knew it wasn't.
Okay. So now comes the show and tell part of the workshop.
We'll be hungry.
So you have beautiful drawings and amazing artists, and I'm going to need to have you explain to me a little bit about your drawings. I heard an art teacher once who had a little boy come up to her, so excited with his art project, to show her, and she goes, "What's that?" And she said, "He just looked crestfallen." And she said, from that point forward, I learned every time a student showed me their project, all I would say was, "Tell me a little bit more about this. Tell me about this. What does that mean?" So never again was she gonna, "What's that? What's that?" So on that note, yes.
Although I don't know your pond.
Why people are in my lake.
No, as winter it froze. Okay. And the ice skating.
It's frozen, Brendan, they're ice skating.
Frozen.
As I prioritize the role of municipal government, to me, I'm too pragmatic and not visionary enough, but to me, water rises to the top.
So this fall, we were given a tour of part of our water system by Public Works staff. And so here's my representation of Scott Reservoir. And of course, Scott Reservoir has a number of creeks running into it, which then flows down out of Scott Reservoir into, in my vision, what is no longer the flume. It's a pipe underground. Because what we have now from here, this is an overgeneralization, down here to Chestnut Reservoir is a flume that we were told at our budget meeting this spring, roughly 70% of the water is lost. Now that seems to me like a big opportunity in terms of water supply and growth. I mean, if we're going to grow, have to have secure water, which we do to a high degree, but this would be a way to significantly invest in the improvement of the water system. And so water goes underground into a pipe that ultimately gets us to Chestnut Reservoir. One of the interesting things I'll just pontificate here on that I learned from the staff tour was I asked as we're going along this stroll, said, is there any additional room for storage along this route? Like, in other words, another little reservoir maybe to help capture. And said, yeah, there is. So maybe that's something we explore as well. But in any case, that's part of it. Over here by the fire station now, also added police car to represent hopefully improved police services as well. So that's my contribution.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Logan. Appreciate that. Commissioner Dean, you want to go?
Sure. I drew an overpass. I drew an overpass or underpass, but I think it said overpass when they did the first study over Montana. I didn't want to get too big for my britches, so I did not do Benton, but ideally we would have Benton too. And then the other piece that I drew was trees and kids playing soccer. I really hope that we continue to have a very livable community that's green and has a high quality of life, and one where, you know, kids can still run out and be comfortable playing sports and walking around their neighborhoods, and a place where they want to stay once they graduate high school. So that's my ideal.
Why is the overpass important?
Well, because you can't get anywhere in town without having a blockade. I also think, I mean, it would be huge for, I think, our community economically, because if anyone ever did the math about the lost productivity, I think probably of everyone just sitting there for, I think BNSF would say 15 minutes, but we all know that frequently it's more than 15 minutes. It'd be huge. And also just in terms of connecting people to services, that's a real big issue when, you know, you have to give yourself plus or minus 20 minutes to get to work or get your kids to school, or especially if you're, I mean, ideally we would be able to have a facility where there are sidewalks, as I think the mayor will get to on Montana. And you know, that's a big time to wait when you're on foot anyway.
Yeah.
So I think it's more than just a quality of life issue, it's also an economic issue.
Yeah. And potentially a safety issue. Where's fire? Is he still here? Hi. What's the fire response equipment and availability on the north side?
Funny you should ask.
Okay, so this is kind of part of that too, right? It's accessible not only for the individuals, but if you can't get to my house, I may not have a house by the time the train moves. Okay. All right,
So
cool.
while she's sitting down, and one thing I do want to add about mine is that I forgot to add is what staff told me was that's a big number, very large number to go from there to there underground. So it's going to take a significant commitment.
So it will be similar to that commitment that Dan talked about the Shoto County or Shoto city residents laying their sidewalks. It's gonna cost us, and we're gonna have to defer some other things with the understanding that it's gonna save you money as consumers as soon as it's in, but also it's gonna be there for the next 150, 200 years. Okay. Right. Okay, Mayor, you ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Before joining the municipal government, I didn't know Helena was the city that was built without sidewalks. So I'm envisioning a Helena in 2050 with a sidewalk all over Helena and having people walk on those sidewalks, thus creating a healthier Helena.
So it's not just about the sidewalks.
No, it's about, health and welfare and well-being, everything. A sidewalk.
Perfect. All right. Now the commissioners are not the only ones that have to do this. I'm gonna ask everybody else for their input.
So for mine, I did kind of, I added some houses, multi-family, single-family homes, affordability. The police chief added a police officer here, and that's a badge. He was going to draw a badge or it looked like a heart, so I added a heart. Sidewalks, I'm in agreement with the mayor, but also to accessible by folks either walking, on bikes, in wheelchairs, walkers, and strollers, making it safer. Also, two multi-use buildings, businesses on the bottom, living on the top, kind of like, and then businesses, small business growth downtown. Supporting our trails. This is Mount Helena, and supporting our green spaces and being more connected. And that also ties into our sidewalks being more connected. And being safer. And then, of course, you got this guy up here, but then having better internet connection as well for our citizens and our businesses downtown. I am interested in this water idea because I think we need that for growth. And that's one thing that there's another meeting going on across town at Department of Natural Resources and Conservation about that very thing, about water for existing folks and folks that are moving in. So, being smart about how we use that water and how we grow. And of course, this was my sad attempt at a chicken. So, yeah.
Told him to remove that chicken from the sidewalk.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we'll get rid of it. Walkable city for all species. That's right. And then fire's in there as well, because we need the public safety aspect of it. Well, I try to be more encompassing, but then our trails are also to be part of our quality of life and our economic stability as well.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about, you have the access to the good Wi-Fi. What is the city's role in that?
Would it be the permitting piece?
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess also too can be another analogy for communication. I think better communication between our businesses, the folks who want to start businesses, and constituents as well.
Okay.
Oh, you drew on my house.
Sorry. You now have a shingle.
Perfect.
Remember those commercials a while back, probably in the 80s or 90s, BASF? And they use, they're a chemical company, and they say, we don't make the paint, we make it brighter. We don't make the music, we make it clearer, whatever. And that's in a way what I see municipal government being, is we don't necessarily make put in the Wi-Fi, the fiber optics, but we don't build the houses, but we create the infrastructure. We don't create the economic vitality of our community, but we create the infrastructure that allows that to happen. So if we got crappy infrastructure, no one's going to invest. So there is a role you play. We don't do the thing, we do the things that make the thing work well, right? And so we don't have good schools, we don't have good fire protection, good police protection, good water, good sewer, good transportation. We can get across town without having to wait for X amount of minutes. Those are things that you do.
You can turn that shingle into a solar panel from our.
All right, you ready, Commissioner?
Sure. We did a conceptual representation.
Yes.
I drew nothing, just for the record. I think, what we were thinking is we don't know specifically what it looks like, but we envisioned a Helena where everybody is equally able to enjoy all the things we have to offer. And that's hard to draw. But we touched on some of the things that other people more accurately depicted, more housing, accessibility through trails, bikes, feet, whatever, and remotely, because I think we were trying to picture a Helena in which all of us can share in all of the things. And does that mean remote access to something? Does it mean, more bike trails? Does it mean more access to housing? Does it mean the ability to feel safe in your own home? But ensuring that that is equally accessible by everybody. And we did put a rainbow for me because I feel as if sometimes these discussions, you forget the joy. And we wanted to remember that some of what Helena offers and some of what we do really, it should be about joy in addition to the mechanics. We were going to have a mechanical representation, but we didn't do that. So I think that's it. And I appreciate the sort of different perspectives on how it would look. I think I struggle with, 25 years from now, is it going to look anything like this? Yeah, probably. But I'm not sure I'm ready to envision specifically what some of those pieces look like.
Sure, I think that's fair. Thank you. And I think that is a valid point in that you want to set up the future generations for success and the kind of nimbleness and responsiveness to respond to the situations of the day, the issues of the day, knowing we have no idea what those are, right? So it's kind of more about setting the framework, like Dan's talking, the infrastructure, instead of trying to find the specific issue. Although there are things like fire, safety, police, water, those things are actually like specific issues. But the rest of it could be conceptual. All right. Okay, so now we got the commission done. Who's next? Oh, finance. Oh, hey.
Since we're giving it a grant. Mine is easy. I drew an intersection here off the mayor's sidewalks. And this would be more police presence within our community. Something that we just had a conversation about yesterday. And then I also drew one outside the fire hall there, because as the firemen are everyone's heroes in society, as we all know, we are firemen's heroes. So I want to make sure they are secure and safe. It might be a bronze statue, so. I'm waiting for Chief Campbell's response, and I know.
So, Chief, tell me, what is it about more police presence? Is it just because you guys want to have something more to do? What's going on?
Because in talking yesterday, being more reactive and just going call to call.
Okay.
And being more of a community policing model within the community. So in order to do that, you have to have more bodies. We're showing that the calls are going out and we're staying the same staffing wise.
Okay. Because you want to be more proactive than we.
We should be listed yesterday. So appreciate it.
A smaller example of that you have is in our schools. Is the SRO program that really does just that. I mean, they do have some enforcement. Well, but no, stop me there. So I didn't say that. But what it's doing broadly is exposing the youth to police in our community.
Yeah.
And that's one of the big values of the program.
Yeah. Okay.
And creating those relationships at that age.
Sure. Yeah.
And breaking down the barriers and starting the partnerships at that age.
Yeah. Yeah. I just saw, I think last Thursday or maybe it was earlier this week, Belgrade posted their shop with the cop thing for the week, and they do the coffee with the cop and all those things. And it's great. you can have enough bodies to do it, right? Because you can't pull people off patrol and not have anybody on patrol to go hang out in that car. Right. All right. Okay, now you ready? Okay.
So was working with the Parks Director. I think it's important that we continue our investment in places to recreate for the community, not only for our kids, but for adults as well. And the more you can offer for kids to be engaged in recreation and be healthy, I think that they're more apt to be healthy adults and also engage in positive activities and move forward with their continued education. So I think that that investment for our especially our children, but also adults, for places for people to recreate are important.
There, I sense a greater alliance between finance and parks.
He brings me chocolate on a weekly basis.
No, I'd like to add to that because I did commission that picture out to the finance director due to my lack of artistic ability. However, looking to 2040 and 2050, we have a warming hut that is sitting by our outdoor ice rink that has not been able to be used in 3 years. So as we look at this property and this facility, the future of that, in my mind, is a year-round. Well, the warming hut will work during the ice arena sessions, but we can add space, square footage for meeting rooms, party rooms, rentable facilities, wedding receptions, AV meetings, bridal showers, all the ancillary revenues that ice arenas make when they lose money on their ice. The return on investment would be within 7 years, and it'll be an ongoing revenue stream for the Parks Department and a great asset for the community. So that's what I see happening for 2050.
Well, I got all of that from her drawing already.
It goes without saying. So what is this? It looks like
That's the money, $50.
But
Great.
it's not like a sad.
Yeah, the president not happy to be spending that money.
Because we're only getting half the rate of inflation.
Nice.
Hence, you gotta have a party rental facility to pay for the.
Yeah.
Thanks, Al. There you go.
All right.
Sheila knows all about that.
So we have no cars anymore, no transportation.
We have an intersection, they can go a block and a half.
There's a bus up there. Expanding bus service for a mayor out to the North Valley, all the way to
There's
East
a
Helena.
bus. Is that a bus? Tell me what you're wrong.
Well, part of our services for all was talking about, exception. We have
Okay.
Mountain View Meadows, East Helena, we got West Side Woods away on the other side of the valley. We got the North Valley for the valley residents that pretty much equal or exceed the actual population of the city proper, that are all needing transportation in some regards. And been approached by the DA to provide busing out there. So part of this accessibility for all services was looking at models to expand transportation opportunities, i.e. the transit system, to service those areas. But the other side of accessibility, providing services for all, is also the true meaning of accessibility is for our disabled community, and having, get rid of the barriers that prevent them from going from where they want to go to their destination and back home again. So i.e. ADA ramps, sidewalks, creating those connective corridors. What else did we have? The money symbol was basically equitable. So when we have these services that they're available for everybody, that's the kind of the thing that we're looking for. your real idea was nixed by folks in Mighty True. But that was to represent the infrastructure.
Yeah.
So the water, the wastewater, transportation, those essential services that the city does provide, so that there's access, and that we don't have lead pipes and we don't have, I for our system. Goes back to the commissioners with the plume, getting that pipe so we're not losing 70% of our water. Makes great, watering. It's like an natural irrigation system for the trees along them. Doesn't really do well for when we're in deep waters.
So the cattail willers are covered, but you guys may not have drinking water. Okay. All right.
I was just gonna say that as you clean up that flume and make it into a pipe, it's gonna maybe dry up some wetlands, which then the EPA may come in and say you can't do that because you're drying up a wetland. Anyway, it's a whole nother concern to have.
Way to be positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's happened in other communities. It's like, wait, what? Hey, I've been trying to, in my best way, to be creative in my spelling. I'm sure there's some, and we've been trying to capture some of the themes that have been coming up here. Is there things that we're not capturing up there?
I'm pretty sure Chick-fil-A is on there.
At my expense, that's a running joke in leadership meetings. I made the mistake, the mayor asked me a question, I responded with Chick-fil-A when it wasn't really announced, I shouldn't have, but anyway. So it speaks more to just economic development in general.
Yeah.
We don't currently as a city have a truly active role in economic development. But the role that we do play is how do we get out of their way by still giving them a roadmap that somebody wants to locate in the city, how to get them to an opening, an establishment in the city. And then two, how do we support locally our businesses that are currently here? Again, it's about processing, getting out of the way. And so if be it Chick-fil-A or Nara or Chipotle or some of the new businesses that have announced here recently, it's
Theoretically.
Right.
Mhm.
Theoretically. Hypothetically. Is how to not be burdened to them located in the city. And so we strive to do that. I strive to do that every day, just about as how do I stay out of the way? I still recognize that we have a need and responsibility from a land use standpoint. Protect the community as a whole and make sure these are appropriately placed.
Can I add something though on yours is when you say we don't have an active role in economic development, you're looking at the local one to try and bring someone in. I want to look at bigger as we do with how we have the capacity for the water and sewer to be able to allow the growth that we need. And you guys have put out the money for the wells that are going to be out there, the Bureau contract and stuff. So
it's about
I know what you're trying to get at.
More about recruitment.
Right, recruitment, but we don't have a lot of, yeah.
So there's two projects. There's an infrastructure to make it even possible, and then the policy decisions to be business friendly or whatever we decide to call it. Yeah.
I would just, looking at it is missing something about vibrant business or thriving enterprise or what have you. So I think we touch on a lot of the pieces of it, but it is not specifically stated, and I think it should be.
Yeah, and Commissioner Shurtleff had the investment in kind of that small business growth set downtown.
Yes.
I just
So it's more than, we need to have it up here beyond just here.
It's also
Okay,
connecting 6th Ward
okay,
as well.
yep, okay.
But that might
Yes, to tag on that, and this is probably a really more short-term thing, but a way to regularly continue to development community. Well, let's take just take a project and think about when it's done. Do kind of an after action review sort of thing, so that you're communicating bi-directionally with the development community to hear what's working, what's not, what, room for improvement. Here's the successes, what having, and maybe that structure is in place, but I think it's something in the near term to, if it's not, be able to think strongly about to get to where some of these folks suggested we had.
I think there's inherent in the system, you're probably aware of, there's this tension. There's this tension, a push and a pull that you're facing, that you want to have a vibrant economy and you want to remove barriers, but you also have a duty to be thinking about what's 70 years down the road. Right? If we sold away the farm today, for a quick whatever, a quick win, and really jeopardize the future generations to have to deal with that. And those are those challenges that you've got to be thinking and reviewing, and what are the impacts of some of these decisions as we remove barriers and allow, are those barriers there for good reason, or are they there just to be a stumbling block, right? So we got to evaluate that. And that's where I think our views change over time, right? As we look at some of those things, there may have been a purpose at a point at the time when we put that thing in to ensure whatever, but is it still relevant today? Anyway, so I think those are really good conversations to have. I think you're forever evaluating that push-pull, that tension that exists in the system, because you do have a duty to be thinking about that future generation without messing up the current folks, right? And that's what they'll often say, but what about us today? It's like, yeah, but we're trying to find that balance. Again, that fulcrum comes to mind. Go ahead.
A really good example of that is the impacts of urban renewal of the 60s in Helena that we're still feeling today. But I will say the one piece of it that I think the one positive thing of urban renewal, everyone thought it would be, the catalyst that will make our community a vibrant place. The only thing that really came out of it that is helpful today is one of the only places in the country to have a pedestrian mall that actually has become a place of community vitality and commerce, but it also didn't happen until a decade ago. So you have the implementation of shutting down Last Chance 50 years ago, 40 years ago, well, probably 50 years ago, actually. And we're just now seeing the impacts of what that looks like, but it did not happen. I mean, there were a lot of actions that had to happen in the last 15 years to even get to the point we are today down there.
Yes, go ahead.
And I might just add something, and I appreciate this is not the most popular perspective on it, but I do think the walking mall represents a really interesting example of the conversation we're having, because the walking mall, it's a pedestrian mall, it's a park, it's a right of way, it's where businesses have space. And I think trying to do things on the walking mall kind of is a great example of the challenges that we face in the regulating, providing safety, access, et cetera, versus the supporting business. So I think it is both an asset and a real challenge for Helena in how we navigate that space. Because if you ask what is the walking mall, you will get 3 different answers, because it's not, it looks like a walking street, but it's legally and technically and jurisdictionally, it is several different things at the same time.
Yeah, and that puts you back in that space of facilitating that conversation as those things don't change, but how we value them over time changes, right? And how we represent those as a community, and let it evolve. Yeah.
This also, I worked with the Flathead Economic Development Authority a few months ago, and their challenge was trying to show their commissioners their value when their projects take 15 or 20 years. And the commission's saying, you're not giving us any ROI, we're gonna put that money somewhere else. And they're saying, but if we don't do this, nobody will. And now the depot in downtown Kalispell is gonna be a mess forever, right? So those exact kind of conversations are this idea of future generation payoff versus the expense that it costs us today, on top of having to cash flow your daily operations, which we don't have enough money for.
So, well, before we break for lunch, I just want to say this idea of investment follows vision. Having a good vision will allow you to align your investments around that vision, and people will invest. What is when we talk about investment? That could be time, could be money, could be relocation, whatever it is, but they're not showing up in, investment isn't showing up in communities where they have to kick you awake and say, hey, what do you got for me? But if you're saying, look, this is who we are, this is what we represent, this is our future, people more willing to say that aligns with me. I'm willing to invest here. I'll relocate here. I'll raise my children here. I'll do whatever. I'll track people here, whatever it is. But around that community has a vision, knows who they are, what they represent, and where they're going. It's important to have that for people to invest in.
Yeah, and I saw the chief, the fire chief drawing a picture, but he hasn't explained.
I was preoccupied with my admiration for long.
Wait for it.
No, too. So we're in the midst of public safety conversation with the commission now. So for this exercise, a third fire station was somewhat of the obvious answer. But it's also emblematic of trying to match service delivery to service demand and keep that integrated into our thought process as the community expands and grows and requires more of public safety. Proximity and time are big drivers to that, so that we can address immediate life safety needs as quickly as possible. And a third station is representative of that desire. It's also representative of service offering expansion, things like staffing up for red flag days, so we're prepared for environmental factors that are known, and puts us in an advantaged position to minimize the impact should an incident occur. Things that other communities that have suffered from that this helps us avoid are things like regressive ISO ratings that have insurance costs and impacts, and then insurability period for certain areas. We're seeing some scary national trends in that regard as well. So the third station isn't just brick and mortar, it is reflective of all those.
Which goes back to investment. It's going to cost me so much more on my insurance, or I can't get it because it's not fire protection is really not realistically available. Anyway, so those are some things. So go ahead.
This is just, I drew this. This is the visual depiction of a diverse population that's thriving. You can see smiles on other faces. So we can see ourselves in each other, where we live, work, and play, right in here. So that's what that was depicting.
Anything else that is on here that needs more explanation?
What is that blue building? Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably mine. Sorry. Mine was conceptual, and Commissioner Dean had to help me think of a way to depict it. Out of the last couple of years, I think the focus has been at the commission and clerk's office to open the public process up as much as possible. That includes records. So the search bar next to it is to depict access to the government and the process by the citizens here at the stroke of a key, wherever possible. And Jake Garson's point that I in 2050 will hopefully be not enjoying it up in the hills in a cabin by the lake. So, but to provide that for the public, I think is important so that they have access at every level.
Anything else that everyone wants to share or contribute that hasn't, maybe not in the drawing, but what is your vision of the community in 2050?
Unless there's someone else. So I just, for Monday night, I was looking over some stuff and was reminded, I think it's in the preamble of the charter, that kind of really is relevant to this. It says there is an openness and basic decency that beckons each of our citizens to contribute to its unique identity. We are to inspire our citizens to improve their lives and the lives of future generations, and to empower them to participate fully in the process of governing themselves while balancing individual rights with all the needs of the people. And I think that's pretty I don't know how old that statement is. I know that it's in the existing charter is 2001, but that may predate that revision. And that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but and it's interesting because just in reading that, it feels like there's a shift in the room to me. Right? What kind of shift is when you read that? How does there? Why would I say there feels like a shift in that statement? Jim kind of.
That's a question.
I don't know. I'm not.
So that's okay. I'm weird.
It seems pretty parallel, or it seems in alignment to the discussion that this exercise elicited.
So when I read it, the sense I was getting with the shift is that there's that statement kind of also talks about a citizenry duty. Right there really talks about you know, as citizens of Helena, we have a responsibility and a duty as citizens to participate in this. And there's less, you know, kind of sharing that ownership of this being a reality without feeling the full weight on your shoulders to make this happen. But it's really, that statement kind of says, look, it's in your hands, citizens, and we're here to facilitate that. And how do we clarify the conversation? How do we elevate and raise those issues, whether it's the flume or it's the firehouse or whatever it might be? How do we raise that issue in a way that we can have a substantive, deliberative dialogue about it and come up with some solutions that's going to meet our needs? And all of it comes back to, you know, how are we going to fund this? You know, some of those may be ripe for, you know, some federal assistance and support. I think there's some compelling conversation to have on the flume side if we can, you know, find the right agency to get you support there. I think that's probably more so than the firehouse. You know, so how do we, you know, start thinking about prioritizing and how do we share that responsibility? Did I see a hand? So has this been a helpful exercise for you to kind of get your head in that space of thinking down the road about what our community could look like? And then as we start thinking,
I was just gonna say that it was neat to sit back and see how everyone came up and contributed their part. And we've actually got depiction of a community. So it was a neat visual depiction, I think.
Yeah. And yeah, the iterative process that we're all sharing in that, there's a sense of ownership in it. Yeah.
That's what you said. I'd like to share this from time to time. I think many of us in this room knew Brian Kahn. He was an attorney here in Helena, also a broadcaster. And he used to talk about that fundamental responsibility of the citizen and how that essentially the nation was really kind of founded on that idea that as part of its foundation was an active, engaged citizenry. And he wrote a book that had a chapter or two on this theme that I think is important for all of us to think about. Is he said, look at us, we've become kind of a nation of consumers. And when you contrast those two, a citizen, they have to work in context of like this, where everybody's bringing their own perspectives together. Now the consumer, a little bit like your Walmart reference the other day, maybe on the end user side, I want what I want and I want it now. And I'm mad when I don't get it. And so that shift maybe is back to reminding us of the importance of citizenry. It's a key part of maybe vision.
Yeah, and I think taking that preamble of your brother, trying to think, how do we collectively as an organization find a way to engage our citizenry in a more effective way, help them feel the ownership of some of the challenges that are being faced. So it's just not this room that feels the weight of it, but the community feels the weight of it, and the solution's not lying just here, but it's within the community. And that's a daunting challenge. But yeah, a lot of this conversation we have a lot about how do we have the citizens own their citizenship. Anyway, that's it. Well, so our hope here again is to help you not necessarily come out with a statement, because that only lasts as far as the session's over, and then 3 years later when we have this conversation again, it's like, oh yeah, that's right. we fought over that statement for 4 hours. What does it say again? So rather, we want to create this impression, this ideal, this feeling inside of you that we want to aspire towards. Because I think realistically speaking, people aren't referring back to their vision statement and say, hey, how is this decision meeting our vision statement? That's not a reality, but it's how do these decisions meet this conversation, this feeling I have, this ideal, this ideal of a community in the future. So I think we're with this in mind, I think we'll do is transition now to the discussion around the survey. And what we are going to do is we're going to have pizzas are sitting, getting cold in the mayor's office.
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is we'll all go and grab some slices of pizza and beer. I understand there's beer as well. No,
It's not.
Here, with pizza. Pizza and water. So go get the pizzas, come back and what I'd like you to do is you all have a copy of the aggregating results. No, I don't. See, it's a new thing now. Anyway, the aggregate results of the survey. And we'll start kind of a loose conversation about what is it telling us here. And what are some themes we're hearing and what else can we add? What questions didn't we ask is another thing that we should have asked that might help with the clarification of where we're going next, which is really, I think our next step then is look at the survey. Are there some fundamental values that the city either is operating with now that we need to call out and think about and preserve, or are there some aspirational things we need to be considering as a city? So that's kind of a little discussion around values, and then really what are the pillars? What are the main themes that the city needs to be thinking and focusing on? And within those themes then is how we develop goals within those themes that'll be immediate that we're going to be focusing our near term on, right? To help us reach this vision, what's the near term things we need to be focusing on within these main pillars that we're operating in? And so we asked you some questions about the pillars. I think there's some clear 4 pillars we operate from the survey. And if we're okay with those 4 pillars, then we can start thinking about, so what specific goals do we want to create that will reflect our first steps into achieving this vision? So that's what the lunch and afternoon is going to look like. Anything else? Anything for the good of the order here, Mayor, Tim? We're good? So let's go find Mayor's office. I don't know where it's at, but it's apparently just follow the smell of pizza. And I didn't like that.
But all the time, like, you know, that, like, just an asshole.
Yeah. Just.
Madison Collins, and he lives on Collins. It was the office.
All right.
Yeah, we don't know.
Probably had an opportunity to get something to eat.
We'll stand there with him.
Oh, wow, that's. Yes. So, did everybody get a copy of the survey results? What we like to do when we do these surveys is, again, like we said earlier, that you exist today in the context of what's happened in your past. And what we want to bring forward from your past is the best things of your past. Things that have worked well. And that's why we ask the questions, you know, what was the question here? Accomplishments over the last 3 years that you feel most proud of, which we want you to start thinking about. Well, we've had some successes. These are the things I'm proud about. These are things I think were effective or good for the city of Helena. And part of that is we want you to also think about what happened? How did the city behave? How did the interpersonal connections, relationships flow in order for you to be successful in accomplishing those things? So how do we take that, what worked well for good outcome, and move that forward as we're thinking about our future? We want to take the best of our past with us to our future. Is that making sense? So if we think about, you know, gosh, we had really good communication. We were open, we were transparent, we were engaged in the public. That's what made this outcome very effective or successful for us. So how do we make sure that that is the thing that we continue to do moving forward? So we spent a little bit of time asking that question for you, just to start thinking about those things that we're most proud of and what gets you excited about the future. The other question, is there anything that what's the word, jumps out at you on either of those two that we'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about, that you feel was something that was a great thing in the past that you want to make sure we bring those aspects forward in our future planning? Yeah, could you ask that again? Is there anything that jumps out at you? Anything that you're looking at either one of those lists? You think, oh yeah, I want to talk a little more about that, or let's unpack this particular thing, because I really think that's something that is worthy of us discussing to move forward in our planning for the future.
So in 2 and 3, essentially.
Yeah, there's some questions. Thank you.
Dan?
Yeah.
So you've done this adventure, I'd hesitate to guess how many times, but what are your observations on?
What are my observations?
Yeah. Right, you've done this survey with other governments. What are your observations?
Just for that on.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer. What do you think the answer is? Yeah. Well, so let's look at number 4 on that number 2. It's completion of department master plan. I don't know what department master plan is. Which department was it that did the master? So the fire has a master plan now. Is that a standard thing that all departments do master plans, or is it just a fire thing?
Community infrastructure, public works, transportation.
Yeah.
So you all kind of have and maintain these master plans. And so as you develop these master plans, why is that something that stands out in your mind as being an effective thing or something you're proud of?
Roadmap to accomplish the CRP or goals for the city or even the commission.
We typically have a public engagement piece, so you have some footing to.
Well, one thing, I was just gonna add two things. I think that over the last, well, since I've gotten on the commission, I've noticed. I think that we've done a pretty good job over the last 4 years of starting to put things on paper, because I think for so long it was institutional knowledge was just in everyone's brains and not actually on paper.
Yep.
And so when there had been turnover, it well, we all know it wasn't great.
Yeah.
And then I think the other piece of it too is that, especially from I guess my perspective on the commission, we get a lot more actionable like data and information now, I think, than we did when I first joined the commission. I think part of that is because we're investing in the systems that actually like give us that information. And then also, I think I mean partially like a credit to Danae's office of just being a lot more thoughtful with our records, so we can go back and find the information that we to, you know, figure out what's next when we have all the background.
Sort of calling on that, it's an interesting blend of micro and macro stuff, internal facing and external facing. I don't know if that's reflected in the positions, or it is interesting to look at it. Like that's clearly someone who's looking inside their department and someone who's looking outside.
Yeah. Good observation. And you know, and I like the conversation, the master planning, all that planning, and writing things down. As I said earlier, right? People don't govern, policy governs. And so you had previously where it was more of the people, more of the institutional knowledge, more of the momentum was carrying the day. But recognizing the city was then put in a position of high vulnerability and instability because you hadn't written anything down. I like the idea that we're writing things down, we're making these plans, we're going through the process of engagement, and we're making that inclusive, highly participatory process, both internal and external, to come up with some decision of a plan. After the plan is created, that's the hard work. Then after that, it's just executed. That's a whole lot easier, just following through, executing the plan, to me, than building the plan. There's a whole lot more energy spent to build the plan. I've already made the decision what we're going to do, that we have it all mapped out. We just now budget it and do it. Seems easier than if you don't write it down and have a plan written down, then you're going through that process every budget cycle. What are we going to do? How are we going to pay? Blah, blah, blah. Instead of saying, okay, we were executing these plans. What is it? What's year 1, year 2, year 3? Anyway, it just makes better governance. Do you have a thought?
No, I'm listening.
So was there a hand I saw?
I have, do you want to talk about, we saw some trends in 2 and 3. 2, what stood out was it kind of paralleled some other areas that we heard, but stability was so important. And we started to see a couple mentions of having a seasoned local engaged city manager who is able to kind of, I don't know, heard about him once. But able to kind of shepherd that on the executive side. But then you're looking to see things like budget process, organizational stability, consistent support. Those are things, it sounds like a response to a need that was maybe there for a long time, and it's been addressed and is being addressed, and it's being recognized internally, which I think is great. And then the other on page or question 3, what we saw was a theme around iterative improvement. So you can see there's 4 or 5 improving and then making progress. And then there's another one. Managing growth, opportunity to improve, all those things. So it's, you have long-term goals and you are working towards them, but being excited about these opportunities and celebrating the wins of progress, even if you haven't got to the goal, is really important. And then I was glad to see that called out as kind of a success.
I put on this flip chart here. See, can you describe for me what you see here?
Investment.
Oh, should I get rid of?
Nothing.
I don't know if it's big enough.
Can I make it up? Right.
Oh.
There we go. So it's really on You're not wrong. I forever changed your vernacular.
A mostly white piece of paper.
There we go. So oftentimes when we do this exercise, people start describing the dot. It's a black dot, it's a round dot, it's in the middle of the plate. They spend a lot of energy focused on that dot. And we don't pay as much attention to the expansive space of white around it. And oftentimes when we're working and we're doing planning or whatever it might be, we might focus in on the thing that's not working. This is our deficit. Here's our weakness. We don't have enough money, as I keep talking about throughout the whole thing. We don't have enough money. And that's when we get caught in that, we're stuck here focusing on that thing. And we don't value or call out or engage the expansive whiteness. And that's what I want to challenge the group here, is to not get so focused on the blemish and what else, what other opportunities we have. Thus the question, what's working well? Because we can sit here and make a long list of things that aren't working well. But when you have those conversations and you leave the room, how do you feel? Like, is there a tall building I can jump off of right now? Right? This is so depressing and demoralizing when you focus on just the black dot. But if you walk out of the room after having had a good conversation about all the expansive opportunity out there, right, then it's like more aspirational. You start spiraling upward. And that's an aspirational thing. And that's kind of what we want to have and create that kind of aspirational view of what is it you do and want to do and what can we do. Instead of, well, we can't do this, we can't do that, and that we don't have enough for this or whatever. And that's a whole different conversation. And then you start spiraling downwards. So it ruined a whole flip chart piece of paper on that. Hope it was worth it. What are we seeing now? Turn page 3. And this is the in our experience, right? So we, as Tim said, we do this a lot, and we like to add to this list as time goes on as well. But these are kind of themes that we usually hear in local governments, and you get a chance to choose kind of what are those pillars, what are those themes, what's the foundational areas that you focus on and build your operations from. And in given that question, this was so what as you look at that chart, what is that telling you about these things?
Yeah, just a question.
Yeah.
I think I know the answer to. Remind me who all took this survey.
Oh, it's on the front page. Yeah, we have 4 elected officials and 10 city staff. So 14 responses.
Those city staff being.
I think it all went out to directors.
Yes, I'm not sure.
Leadership team.
Leadership team.
Yeah.
So most of the people in the room.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah. So this is all y'all's response. I spent a lot of time in North Carolina. So I'm y'all now. So what is this? Yeah, go ahead.
Going back to the internal, external, I thought it was an interesting, the employer of choice, I think is an interesting answer to have. And I am struggling to articulate the external benefit of that. I know it's there.
Yeah.
But to me, it's a bit of an outlier, looking at the services the city provides and how we serve our community. How does being the employer of choice, aside from the people in the city who are employed by it, it strikes me as being ever so slightly outside. And I think it's an important one just to think about, why do we as a community value the city being an employer of choice? Because I think it allows us to think sort of beyond our normal, what do we think the city does?
Yeah. I call that one a care and feeding pillar. How do we care and feed ourselves, right? We've got to be healthy and effective as an organization in order to do the things externally, right? And so I was kind of surprised it showed up as it did, because I never know which ones, which community is going to value which of these many options, but it typically comes out being 4, and they're not always the same 4. And so it was kind of interesting. Yeah. Other thoughts or comments on that?
Might look at the contrast of that. Let's say 4 or 5 years ago, when so many were leaving.
Yep.
Yeah.
What impact did that have on, if we look at the number one, the bar that goes to the top of maintain and improve city services to residents. If you don't have those people, if you're not an employer of choice, you're not going to have people that can make that happen. I guess it's kind of a con or the flip side, or
I get a kick working in the Gallatin Valley because I'll get a call from the city. Well, let's start with the county. I'll get a call from the county saying, we're struggling with retention, recruitment, we're losing our staff. And so they engage our services to bring the staff together and talk about, what is it that we can do to improve things because we're hemorrhaging, right? The environment is we're just hemorrhaging. How do we fix that? And so with the engagement with the staff, they come up with a plan, they start implementing the plan, and the table turns. So if you look at the Gallatin Valley, who are the employer, what's the employment competition? So we got the city, the county, the university. So they're all competing. So once the county gets their crap together, right, they start implementing some new policies, some new strategies, and now they slowly start turning where they become the employer of choice. And now people are leaving the city to come to the county, and people are leaving the university to come to the county. And then I get a call from the city. Hey, we're hemorrhaging. How do we, and so we engage the conversation. And then the city starts taking over the lead, right? And so they're always competing with each other in that environment. Who is your big competition? The state. The big sucking, right? Or the county where you just walk across the hall. But that big sucking sound out there, that's the state trying to take your employees, or maybe you're taking them. I don't know. But so there is a need in this highly competitive environment. We're kind of getting out of it. I think we're kind of getting out of that kind of desperation and employment as things are kind of settling out. The Great Resignation, the quiet quitters, and all that stuff as they kind of work their way through the system. But part of it is that there's an intentionality that you have to be intentional about being the employer of choice. It just doesn't happen. And you've got to cultivate that in thinking about how do we create an environment, an empowering environment that people want to work here and stay here and be because there's plenty of opportunity to be public servants in this valley. This isn't the only option. If I love public service, I can do that in a variety of ways. Right? You want to be the preferred. So that's what I'm here. I'm just answering all your questions. That's how I'm interpreting that. What all y'all think about that? That is, and thanks for bringing that up. That was a good observation.
Well, as the new guy, what I've observed is all the people coming and going from the DNRC, Fish and Wildlife, back and forth to the state and back to the city. So it's unique, especially in the parks and recreation field. Helena's pretty unique.
It's a rich environment for them to stay in the same town, but shift around and look over the fence. Where's the grass?
Yeah, and we're the state capital.
So how do you feel about these four top ones that seem to be clearly, and again, the numbers, which is a good question, 10 of those responses coming from staff and 4 from the elected officials. So in theory, it could have been that the elected officials all, could have said, we all think resource management and development all could have been unanimous on it. And in this case, could have been overruled by just the sheer number of staff participating. So I just want to call that out and say, do you feel, both the elected officials and the staff, do you feel that these 4 areas of holistic commercial and residential development, maintain and improve city services to residents, and then maintain through city infrastructure, and then be the employer of choice? And I guess I'll start with you guys. 4-ish.
Well, one thing I would just note, I think that we all completed this through our own lens, but I think the one piece that is probably missing is, are these the same 4 things that the community would put as their top priorities for the city? I don't actually know if that, I think maintain and improve services and infrastructure would probably be up there still, but I think that there's others that would rise to the top from the community, but it's also because that's their interaction with the city is different than our interaction with the city.
I think that's exactly the thought I had with that one piece. I think we have a different take on employer of choice and why it's important. I do think that is one of the harder things to explain to the public. Because I think you can explain it, but from the outside, I don't think many members of the public would say that is a priority for the city unless it was presented in a way that it became clear why it would be among your choices.
And I was just surprised at environmental stewardship. How low is that? That blew me away because if you look at a community, you look at where we're at, they will look at that as pretty high up there, but to be one of the lowest, all the lowest, that surprised me.
Yeah. Thoughts? Or I've got thoughts, but do you have your hand up too?
Yeah, I was just gonna give an example from being in bargaining, with the employer of choice and how, looking at the benefits that we provide here strategically and purposefully have kept people here and helped them choose to come here. And if not that way, police wouldn't have as many. I mean, there's lots of places where they're choosing to go. You can choose to go somewhere else and perhaps get paid similarly, but they want to be here because the benefits are better here. So it really does affect, I guess, the services that we can provide it as a city to be the employer of choice. But to your point, how do we get people to know that?
Well, word of mouth helps.
Sure does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, you look, police, engineers, planners, accountants. The challenge has been across the board.
Yeah.
And slowly but surely, we're making progress.
And I think you raised an interesting challenge when we do these types of strategic planning, is we're trying to balance what's the plan for, who's the plan for, and is this a community-wide plan, which would be a different process and different outcome? Is this an organizational plan? And so that's part of this as well, as thinking about as an organization, not unlike a business. Oh, heaven forbid we compare this. But not unlike that you have an organizational structure, you have responsibilities and duties to perform certain services. And so how do we do that as an organization that has a structure and
a culture,
and how do we cultivate that to be able to do the external things? And so this is always that challenge, is where's the line? And this is when we usually wordsmith visions and mission statements. Is this an external facing or an internal facing vision statement or mission statement, right? And so we have that debate back and forth, and more words go up on the thing to fight over. But these are good conversations. And so thinking about it holistically, or the big picture of what the city does, is there things that should have been on that list that weren't represented, that you feel like, yeah, but I'm not feeling this list, I'm not feeling like this represents what we should be doing? Or do we just ask the wrong people? We should have been asking the citizens.
I think maybe one piece that, and it's just because I think, like to have, like, what does that look like concretely for city operations? But I think that issues of quality of life are something that might be missing. Having, good infrastructure is a piece of that, but also living in a community where there's, economic mobility. What role do we play in that? Or that you have access to, opportunities to make sure you have a healthy, long life. I feel like that's a piece that's probably missing when we talk about, like, what is the identity of the community and how does that translate to our priorities?
Yeah.
I think, these categories are quite broad. I think you could consider pretty much anything you come up with, you could find a place to put it. I think Commissioner Dean's point is a good one. And I also, to me, the one piece that maybe it's just not drawn out enough is the access piece. There's maintain infrastructure and improve it and commercial development, but access to some of these things as a separate piece to me, sometimes it's, we have a water infrastructure system, but do we have access? Do people have access to it? And do people have access to recreation and other services? I think sometimes you fix the well, but can people get to it? It's the piece that maybe it's in there, but I'm not sure it's out enough.
And is, so you're thinking moving forward the next 4 years, you think that's something that needs to be, developed as the city should be developing the access nexus, so to speak, as something that we need to be focusing on, putting energy, resources, and staff time behind.
I think any discussion about infrastructure and services needs to have the access piece there. We just need to make sure it's not just that we built the street, but can people get to that street? And when they're on that street, can they use it given their situation in life? So just
Sidewalks or whatever it might be. Yeah.
pulling the word access into discussions, I think is important.
Is it something that could be honored? Because I think that word brings a new lens to looking at these pillars. Does that make sense? It adds depth to that, to the conversation. So is there a way that we can reframe some of one of these or several of these, or make a fifth one, which I'm not opposed to, that might address the access issue? Thoughts?
I would appreciate other thoughts. You could shoehorn the word access into any of these, and that's a sort of inelegant solution, but I would welcome other people.
I think it almost is like kind of a preamble of these are our priorities through the lens of ensuring access for all citizens, and that that's improving. I mean, I think the idea is that we are, and maintaining part and improving part goes this, but like we don't just provide these things, but we're constantly trying to move the needle forward.
So other thoughts on that? On the access issue and how, because part of it is, we can either just, in the moment now, we can be thinking of that. How do we use it? We can honor it through a preamble statement. And maybe this is, maybe the weakness of this process we've redesigned is that that could have been something that would have been fleshed out in a mission statement that drives what we do. It comes back to these tenets of access, and we can have that robust conversation about how access is. And then as we operate as an organization, we're keeping those things and honoring those things that we find in our mission.
To me, like there would be a preamble with certain underpinnings that go across all of these strategic goals, being sustainability, accessibility, and there are probably lots of others that, grounded in these principles, here are our strategic goals. Like that.
So what I'm hearing with that, which is interesting, is the idea of maybe values. What are the values that we operate and function on? We may have values that you function with right now, and we conduct ourselves in the business of the city with a certain set of values, whether they're written down or not. And those are the values of the organization. That's our cultural values. Some of them may be good values that we want to sustain and maintain. Some of them, like, we really ought to replace that one. That one's not a very healthy value. Some organizations, what they'll do is they'll select values that are more aspirational. We know we don't necessarily operate this way, but we want to operate this way. We aspire, we're reaching to this. And it's almost a nod to the community and the rest of the organization. Help us be accountable for behaving consistent with these values. It's not part of our culture now, but we want to make it part of our culture. Which brings up the interesting thing. If you look on, I got my glasses already, and it doesn't help. Flip over to the trust thing, 9 and 10. I find this very fascinating. Back to the point that you made earlier, Commissioner, is that we all didn't we have a week to do this? we would sit and have all these conversations. We'd have a robust dialogue back and forth. We'd be writing stuff and wordsmithing and all that. We don't have that kind of time. So that's why we do the survey. The weakness of the survey is that you're going to respond to these survey questions in your own little isolated bubble or your silo. What is in my context, and I don't have the value of hearing, fire responding this without having the value of hearing what's the perspective of police, right? Or public works with the perspective of parks, or transportation with the perspective of whomever else, right? So we don't have that iterative building process. So we ask the survey, we aggregate it together, and then we can review it now and we can kind of cut to the chase a little bit quicker. What I'm finding interesting here is I'm looking at question number 9, the consistency of words being used.
That just bugged me.
Communication.
Transparency.
It bugs you? You said it bugs you?
Yeah, it bugs me.
Talk more about it bugging you.
Because you see, I think as the commission and the staff, we've tried to follow all the proper procedures that we have to follow.
Yeah.
And yet still this is like what do you call it? An election theme. I'll bring transparency. We'll communicate to the community. We do all of the above, but yet still, it's always present.
Yeah.
So I want to know what else.
Well, why transparency? Why did it show up so consistent? How many times did it show up there? 4,
6
times transparency showed up?
Maybe because it's still a challenge.
Well,
But I want to know the challenge though.
Yeah. Because I want to dig into that a little bit, because there's the big T, transparency, which is we're following the law, which I don't know if anyone's saying you're not. So are we talking about a little T transparency? It's a cultural thing. It's a thing that we're doing consistent with the law, but we could be more transparent. I think so. I'm interested in digging in this a little bit more.
Pick out number 5.
Go ahead, Commissioner. Then we'll put the number.
Please use the slider to share your perception of the collaboration between the group due to the groups listed below. And everything's gonna 7, 8, and then you get down to the city and advisory boards, community groups. 4.86, which seems to indicate the trust transparency issue.
No, I disagree with the transparency issue. I think it's the misconception of what's expected.
Now, Mayor, are you looking at number 9? Is that,
Our commissioner told us to go 5, right?
Yes.
That's all.
but your transparency
Yeah.
response came
What's
from
number
9.
9?
I would just offer that I'm reading that not as a criticism, but it's key to success, and it doesn't mean that you aren't already doing it.
That's how I took that too.
I think I did too. Yeah. Okay.
How do others feel on that? Because I think it's a good conversation to have. And as we wrestle with that term and that behavior of transparency, how do we want to reflect that?
I took it also as it's a factor for building trust. I didn't see it so much as they didn't list it as a barrier as much. But I do think, one of the things that struck me before I was on the commission is you walk into a room, there's a phone, and people, yes or no, and they might ask some questions, they might not say a word until they vote. And so there's a lot happening in someone's head or when they're reading the packet that you just don't see. And so I think, the opportunity to show your work when possible before making a vote, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. And so there's a leap of faith that your commissioner before the vote has read something, has asked the questions, feels like they don't have questions, and that whatever goes on in their head, you're okay with it. And I do think that the trust building, it is a successful factor to the extent that we can articulate why we are voting yes or no on something. It helps. But there will be times where you could talk for 7.5 hours and people still won't understand your vote, and that's just life. So I do think I didn't feel that the transparency was a problem. I think it's something we always have to be mindful of as a success factor. But I do think that there are times when no amount of transparency will solve the problem. There are times where we could be more thoughtful about articulating at all why we are making the decision we're making, because it helps.
And I think especially with your focus on accessibility, Commissioner, thinking about the time that citizens most recognize they can interact with you is in a formal meeting, right? And when they walk into that meeting room, if they don't have any experience or level of comfort with meeting process, with parliamentary procedure, with standing up and doing public comment, that can be an accessibility barrier. It can be really scary to the point of debilitation for people to interact with you as a commission when you're up on the dais and they have to stand up and all the things, and walk in and see this agenda and not really understand what those terms mean. That could be, and I'm seeing like from Mayor, from you saying, we're trying to do all the things. What else? What else can we do?
And I often will say, particularly for electeds, I think it's a small d duty. It's not written in the law that you have to, but I think it's important. It's you're stepping up into that space saying, I will be the facilitator of this process in my community. And I feel it's incumbent upon the elected official to articulate to the public as to why they're making the decision. What does it inform me? Why am I making the decision? And explain that to them. Now, they may not agree with you, but it won't be because they don't understand. If you're just, what is the Easter Island? Just all those big, those big sculptures sitting up there, and you're just saying yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And I was like, I don't understand why you're making the decisions you are. That's a transparency issue, but it's not a transparency issue that is by law I have to do. I don't have to disclose to you why I made the decision, but I feel I have a duty as an elected official representing your interests, knowing that your interests represent the entire bell curve of the spectrum of my community. And I need to give a rationale as to why, and recognizing that it may not meet your interests or needs, but it may be eating someone else's.
So I kind of thought,
Easter Island, just came up with
more along the lines of tomorrow's discussion in terms of norms, maybe, for example. If I look at myself individually as a commissioner, I tend toward seeing the weaknesses or the things that I'm not doing right, and that's absolutely wrong. And it tends to come from habit that started in the beginning. Was just like we had a group that really didn't get along particularly well, and when I would open up with position, it kind of got slapped. That was the feeling. And so over time, I just vote, and then it becomes habit. And so, I think in terms of norms looking into the future, might be a good thing for us to talk about a little bit tomorrow. We have a lot of votes, and I will never forget our mission orientation you gave us the first year. You asked us, where's your power? And we kind of stared back at you like deer in the headlights and weren't exactly sure of what you were driving at. And we all kind of gave our own sort of sense of, we tried to explain. We said you got one vote. I'll never forget that. And now it's pretty powerful. So
I don't remember doing it, but apparently it made an impression.
Please don't stroke his ego like that.
I do it all the time. It's a standard.
That's your power. You probably ought to provide a little insight to why you're both the way you do. So as I look forward, I hope that's one of the improvements that I have in myself as an elected representative. So it's a good point about it.
Yeah, and I think I think, Mayor, you're not wrong in saying that. Look, we're doing it. We're meeting the law. We're meeting the law. And then it's what are those other things we can do that are more of those norms, and culturally, what can we do to be transparent in additional ways? What's that? Oh.
But
this way here.
I will say, I do understand where the mayor's coming from. Because you go through all these meetings, the administrative meeting, and you talk about an item several times, and then it goes across the hallway for a decision. it's been advertised, it's been on the web, you know, everything that you can physically do has been done. And then, you know, it just takes one individual that's not been involved saying, well, this is the first time I've heard about it.
Yeah, who decided that?
Now, that doesn't mean that you're not transparent, but, and I also believe that full-grown adults that live in the community have some obligation too. That you don't have to spoon feed 30 or 40,000 people, that there's some responsibility on their behalf as well. And I think the tendency is to want to own it. But I also think that there's a happy medium that, you know, there's recognition that these people are grown-ups and they have some obligation to be informed as well.
Like your charter, preamble.
Yeah.
That explains that it's driven from them.
I will say, I think that one of the things that we have made a big improvement on, and this was very intentional because it came out of like some of the initial conversation, but how we were our priorities would really be, and part of it was what became Jake's position, that would be a PIO for the entire city, not just a particular department, because I mean there just was not the capacity to get out information about all sorts of things. And I think that the, you know, flyer in our water bill is lovely, but I mean that's not where most people are looking all the time. And so we are doing, I had to laugh when I was sitting here. I got my little alert that I had missed a City of Helena update on Threads, which is the Instagram version here. But I mean, we are now doing, I think, a lot better job of at least trying to find people where they are, because the vast majority of people who are, you know, pulling up a meeting on YouTube did not read the packet. In fact, I think a lot of the people that come to the meetings that, you know, you would think have read the packet didn't read the packet. And so when I think that there's value in just realizing that people are coming to us from all different starting points. And I know, much to the mayor's chagrin, like sometimes asking a lot of questions, but even if you know the answer, just getting them on record is a point for education for people who might just be tuning in.
It's also helpful.
I think it's about meeting them halfway. So one of the commission priorities from years back, and it's been basically since I came to the city, has been to do outreach. And like I said, we're sitting in a room right now that's an example through effort to be transparent and open up these meetings far beyond where they had been before. But to Tim's point, and I really do believe this, we can only go so far. The onus is also on the member of the public to be engaged and meet us halfway. So it's unfair, and it can be used, particularly in the commission office, as a weapon, since you're not being transparent. What point is it also your responsibility, Mr. and Mrs. Citizen, to be engaged and do your part? Because if we go too far as an organization, we set that standard that now I become IT for the entire city of Helena. That's James' job. But yeah, I think it's about meeting them halfway and creating that opportunity for transparency, but they have to meet us.
I just provide perspective, again, coming from where I came from with the state, having been counsel for a commission, this same argument was there, and they provided far less opportunity for comment. They provided the minimum where you could go without public comment. They didn't. And what I see here is everything we do has an opportunity for comment. Every meeting is open and no closing. unless it's litigation, like real legitimate reasons for it. I mean, I guess I give a perspective that, we meet them maybe more than halfway here. And because it's more than the, legally required big L, it's little L too. And I do think that goes some distance for some of our staff. It creates expectations too. They now expect that that's going to be our minimum, but it may be better to have it engaged, expecting electorate than one that is apathetic to what we do.
I'll just say one more thing. I think that we might be also combining things that we are covering the transparent piece, and like everything is noticed, every meeting is open, we have the public comment for every single thing. I think maybe where the perceived, and I wouldn't call it a deficit, but where we are still growing, I think like a position like Jake's has been so critical in that, is the actual driving our message. So once the policy is set, or we want your input on this, this, and this, but we are presenting a compelling vision of this city and what we can do for you and why we need you involved in our process. And I think that communication strategy piece is very different than facilitating the public comment piece.
Yeah. Just to build on what the commissioner's talking about, I think too, what we're not very good at, because we go through the agendas and we do our business, but it's just like the housing map. We need to go back and tell our story, because nobody else is going to put it all pieces together, because we're closest to it. I think Jake, I think, does a good job of it, but it needs to be on the front of our mind that in a comprehensive way, that's a good way to reach out to the public without asking their involvement.
And to that point too, we have, with regards to transparency, I've noticed as of late in our admin meetings that we've had press here. We have a camera and we have a reporter. And for the news, Montana Free Press, and we have one for the TV. And that's nice. I know I've met with Danae and discussed this idea of how do we convey that message after meetings, so that it's in the right context of why we voted a particular way as a group, and providing an executive summary possibly to the newspaper or to the media, so that because I feel that they're stretched really thin. I feel that they're probably scanning a YouTube video or watching online, and then sometimes the message isn't necessarily complete or correct, and there's a possibility of conveying that message after our meetings that when we take a vote at the end of the night, I don't mean to make more work for the staff, but having some sort of a kind of like, here's the things they voted on, and here's what they were talking about. I don't know how we do that and not eat up all of your time and add more overtime, but I agree. We have to convey our story and our message. Would be something I think could help.
I'll recommend we appoint Commissioner Shirtliff to do that summary.
Oh shoot, my laptop doesn't work.
But all good thoughts, I think, in how do we the engagement. How do we engage? How do we keep the community engaged, be part of it, come along with you in the decision-making process? All good. So I want to circle back to the accessibility thing. I want to kind of wrap that up just to make sure. How do you? So let's go back. Let's go back to number 4, page 3, and the 4 pillars. And we have this kind of accessibility issue we need to deal with. Does the group feel like there's an appetite for making a 5th area and reframing something around accessibility, or do we want to have it as kind of an overarching expectation? Go ahead.
Just from my perspective, having raised it, I would rather have it be throughout everything as opposed to separate. It's just to be mindful of that piece in every discussion. Yeah.
Yes, everybody feel okay with that? This is not an uncommon, because it's the same like with DEI and some of these other things, diversity, equity, and inclusion, that you're not gonna have its own pillar because it should be throughout. And I think this could be handled in that same fashion, and I think it is kind of in that same genre, that accessibility. So
Well, that's the way I was seeing it.
that we have that lens as we look at the work we do, is that everything we do is going to be seen through a lens of accessibility, inclusion, equality, equitability, and all that stuff. So, okay.
Sorry, I just might add, just to be heavy-handed in the example, I think if we build a new something on one part of town and you need a car to get there, I think we just have to always think through, like, that's a great idea, it's super awesome, but it's not there's the big accessibility, and then there's the sort of like more obvious accessibility, which is very easily overlooked, I've seen in many cases. So I think just having the discussion about if it's there, can everybody get to it or use it or be a part of it, and making sure we have that discussion. Accessibility. Yeah. Whatever.
Great. So with that kind of overarching, and I you calling it out as well. And so I think what we can do is maybe add that as a value as we kind of start thinking about what should be the values that the organization operates with, and that just being one of our values, that we value accessibility in the work we do and how we do it, the way we engage our citizens and whatever else. So we're good with the 4: holistic commercial and residential development, maintain and improve city services to residents. What was it? That's one. Maintain and improve city infrastructure. Because infrastructure, I'm thinking pipes, asphalt, and I'm thinking services, which would include that, as well as fire, police, recreation, access to opportunity, and things like that. Is that how we're seeing that? And then it'd be the employer of choice, kind of that care and feeding. And I don't know if we want to reframe that. Go ahead.
I do think the point the mayor made, it's sticking with me. I think maybe environmental stewardship, the way it's phrased, might not be resonating as much, but I do believe that we would be remiss in not considering having something about sustainability or safeguarding resources for the future. I would like to see if there's a way we could elevate that, because I do think particularly I know our community values that very, very highly. So maybe it's the way it's phrased or something, but I would welcome thoughts from other commissioners on whether or not that's something we do want to prioritize.
Also, to that point, I see, environmental stewardship, but also to resource management. That those two things be combined, or is that mean different things?
Whatever we want. We're charged for destiny. So yeah, so if we want to make and I don't have a problem doing a 5, if you want to add another pillar, or if you want to rephrase some of these other areas to so what we're looking at here is we've got development and growth, we've got services, infrastructure, and then as an organization, care and feed the organization. Those are the 4 main buckets that you're operating in. And so the environmental stewardship and the natural resources, all that, is that another thing for the city, or is that something to be included in those areas? We're not calling out specific parks. No thoughts.
From a staff perspective, this might help the commission, but we look at those things as part of the holistic development of any project. We look at environmental, we look at sustainability, so that we aren't doing something that's going to cost environmentally. And I guess maybe that's why it kind of came out the way it did, is because those are all included in our almost every day.
It's a subset.
Yeah, think about I think we heard it this spring, that I think you were getting pushback from interest groups within the community about our progress toward the clean energy resolution. The interest group or groups were not happy with that. Considered it a lack of progress. One of the things staff did was presented sort of, I guess, as Commissioner or Manager Burton might say, the realistic, achievable, and measurable things that we have done toward conservation and environmental stewardship and sustainability. And so it might not fit that kind of aspirational resolution, but it is clearly addressing environmental stewardship and resource conservation. It's just not in the, I mean, I think Public Works staff has pointed out recently, you know, we've had some solar projects and we've spent X number of dollars on those solar projects. Well, you could have also spent X number of dollars on some other conservation oriented project, for example, and maybe even save a lot more in doing so. So kind of depends on how you define environmental stewardship.
It's just echo Davis. Might be more of a value, sort of like access. You know, we already think of how we can sustain water. You know, we do better treatment in wastewater. You know, how he does paving and stuff. We put all of the sustainability and everything as more of a value than as a specific goal. But it might need to be more transparent too.
And to that point too. To that point, I agree. I wrote down the same thing that Director Leland just said about the accessibility point, is that it's overarching. And when we had the sustainability discussion, it should be all of our duty at every level to look at ways to save, whether it's paper, ink, time, money, and being more sustainable environmentally in other ways to the benefit of the taxpayers. We kind of keep that in mind that we're working on their dime. And then, you know, but when it comes to, hey, we saved some paper, some ink, and recycled and saved even more, I think that fits into it as well. And kind of, I like the idea of being sustainable, like as an overarching value, kind of like accessibility as well. But that's, yeah.
It'd be nice, you know, another way to honor it and call it out. And that would, you know, like the accessibility to be that thread, the value that you have, but we do everything operating in that lens. Okay. So we're good with those four. Do we feel okay with how we've dealt with the accessibility and the environmental stewardship?
Yeah.
Things.
So we stick with the four.
Yep. So she's triggered now. Do we want to look at so if those are the four areas, so really looking forward, and this is kind of this internal plan. How do we operationalize the work we do, provide some focus, some direction, sideboards, so that when we're thinking about resource allocation and time spent as an organization, these are the areas we're going to be focusing on. And in a little bit, we're going to go out, we're going to spend some time looking at each of those four areas, thinking about, so what are the things we need to do over the next 4 years? Start brainstorming. That's really the idea from this process, is what are some things we can do, and then we'll come back and prioritize those. But that's what Ashley's working on here. Meanwhile, I want to talk about this other aspect, which was the trust and some of these other aspects of the survey. Just get a sense of kind of what's the tone of the organization. How do we feel with what's going on relative to trust? So we asked you to use this slider, share your perceptions of collaboration between the groups listed below. So we have among the commission members got a 7.14. So asking the commission is do you feel good about that? And is that something that's acceptable? It's not something that's really driving you to make it a 9? Or no, we'd like to get that better, or man, we've done a lot, because if we would ask this 2 years ago, it would have been a 3. we're at 7, we're rocking it, but we still feel that, I kind of want to get some input thoughts from the commission on, that collaboration amongst the commission. About that number 7.14. How do you feel about that?
I think that's, in my opinion, I think that's awesome. And part of the reason too and I believe it could be higher. But part of the reason too is we will not always agree on the same vote. It's not possible. And so when we do vote differently, some might see that as, oh, it's a bad thing, or they're not working together. But that is exactly what we're supposed to be doing. And so it could be higher, but I think it's not bad.
Given the way the organization is designed, it's designed to have tension. Right. So it's not going to be looking for consensus, but we're looking for collaboration. Are we working together to come to some sort of a solution that's acceptable? Go ahead.
The question struck me when I was looking at it because I was like, what are our opportunities to collaborate? And it's a weird, super artificial situation. We're in a room, there's microphones everywhere, everyone's watching us. So I think it's in any other team, I think the question would land differently. But as a commissioner, our opportunities for collaboration are highly artificial. So I think it just, it's a very interesting question to ask of this particular body.
If you're a nonprofit board, your collaboration would look way different than in this context. It's different. And which we didn't do today, but sometimes we'll get down a rabbit hole talking about what does leadership in local government look like, which is way different than you'll see in a nonprofit or corporate structure. So So it's So,
One thing I would say is, and I don't know if, unless you sit in the position, you may not think of it this way, but especially because our opportunities for collaboration are, as a body, are limited to essentially admin meetings, sometimes regular meetings, but I would say admin meetings. And you, like Commissioner, etc. And so it is a very, I would say, vulnerable position if you are not, if you are okay with not having your fully formed thought as part of the conversation. And I think sometimes, and I mean, sometimes you sit and like my pause right there. You want to be thoughtful about the words that you're using, but I also don't think that we always get to the results we want to, unless we are having like very honest and open discussions where you can ask, quote unquote, a dumb question or provide a perspective that might be unpopular or might not be phrased in the exact right way that you intend. And I think that that's a piece where I don't think a lot of people realize how vulnerable the position can be when you want to be having a conversation where you're open to being persuaded or you're open to getting new information that might mean that you change your mind. And so I think there's like an inherent hesitancy, I think, for a lot of people that sit in these seats over the years to be totally open about their thought process.
It's so stilted means of communicate. I mean, this frankly has been the most open discussion I think we've had. Could be wrong, but I mean, it seems to me like it is. And you look at regular meetings. It's like we drop our position statements. This is how I feel. And everybody kind of does that or not. And there's no dialogue at the most important point where we exercise that power you were talking about, that vote. And it just seems, I think Commissioner Reed may have said this, but it just seems artificial or weird and very difficult to have any kind of honest open dialogue. Administrative meetings, I think, are a little better, but we still have that sort of Mason's decorum. Yes.
To both of your points, and that's where you're learning in public, which is a very difficult thing to do. And it's hard to seek gracious space from not only your group, the body, the commission, having gracious space amongst you, but you've got to ask for gracious space amongst the 40,000 other citizens out there that have a variety of motives that may not want to see you succeed, right? And so that vulnerability you're talking about is a real thing that I'm learning in public. I don't understand or know. I'm going to ask a lot of questions. That doesn't mean I ask a question or make a statement for just to start the conversation, to see where it goes, to see how this evolves. And that may not be what the outcome is not what the press focuses on. They're going to ask that focus on that weird question you just asked. It's like, do you really believe that? No, I don't, but that's that learning environment. So yes, so trying to create that and having that vulnerability is a really challenge. This is why I come back to the 70%, right? It's hard to achieve an 80, 90, 100% effectiveness given the structure we've developed as a society, saying we want to have decisions made in this environment. And I think tacitly we're agreeing that we're not going to get the best out of you, but it's the best way to make the best decision. We could be North Korea, just saying, right? But we've chose not to be like North Korea, where we just have an authoritarian that's going to tell us what to do and what to believe and how to do.
Then we will say that because of this process, we can't be fully transparent.
We start with the position statement. Yeah, and it's hard to be completely vulnerable and transparent.
I mean, where we wanted to come up because of, I know, so it's very guarded. Yeah, yes, guarded.
Yeah. And then a lot of it's position statements. And then it's going to show weakness if I move off my position. So are we really having a dialogue or a debate here? Right. And so maybe reframing or reevaluating, how do we approach this from a position of inquiry? Right. We're inquisitive and we want to learn in public along with the public through this process and come to a place where we then collaborate on some sort of an outcome and find a level of consensus that, yes, I can agree with. It's not the ideal that I want, but I can agree with it enough to let's start it and we can make it better as we go. That's the ideal. I'm such a idealistic dude in my spot. I can be that way. Doc, go ahead.
But to that point too, I think, from your gracious space and, learning in public, because we're going to definitely change our position, or we're going to invite the stranger.
Yes.
That concept of we're going to hear a different perspective from during public comment or from whomever. It is vulnerable. It's different. But I think we had a moment where there was a motion, a second, just to start a conversation recently in the last few meetings, but doing more of that commission discussion at that moment after there's a move in second to have more of a discussion there. I think that honestly starts at a level of trust that we have to feel comfortable enough to have that conversation and have different opinions, but also too, we've already heard both sides. It's almost like we're there to make a decision. That's what we're there for. So having more discussion at that moment, but it is difficult because there are wants to go have that discussion amongst us and kind of talk it over. But again, it's not a smoke-filled room and closed doors. It's like cameras on, microphones on, people are here. We'll make those decisions now. Yeah, I think it starts with that trust.
But then in another sense, somewhere in here, I can't remember, someone that was mentioned that we must do our homework, right? If you do your homework and then you get in front before the camera or before the body, you already know your position. You've done your homework, you know where you're leaning. And then when you express that, then it becomes a problem because you're not giving the information to the public, or you're not giving the information why you believe this is the way it should go. And sometimes it's just, you know, we all got jobs with I don't know about Commissioner Logan here, but we all beat up by the time we come to commission meeting, we've been whipped clean. So when we get there and we got to spend another 6 hours talking, you know, even though we've done the homework and we're here, you know, we're tired.
Yeah, and and I'll often talk about at some level, this is also a theater. We're playing a role there is an element of, well, like the term theatrics, but you're almost thinking about, we're on a stage and we're facilitating this conversation and we're trying to bring the public along. And so there is this pragmatic aspect to it. We need to get to the decision, but we also need to do it in the context of our audience. How do they, believe in us as a character, as I don't know how far I can take this analogy, but that's, so just think about that too, that sometimes you may be asking a question, not for my benefit. I know the answer. I came with my homework done. I don't need the answer. All y'all out there in Zoom land need to hear the answer. They have a perception because they read something crazy on Facebook that this is what we're trying to do. And that's not what we're trying to do, but I need to get that out there. We need to vet that in this forum so that doesn't become, the order of the day is whatever's out there on Facebook. You're in a battle every meeting for credibility. You're battling for your credibility to show that we are more of a credible organization than what you're reading on Facebook. Because what's out there, whatever social media, whatever's out there is probably not accurate. And the unfortunate thing is the public is starting to believe what's written on social media more than what you're saying at the dais. So it's a battle of credibility every time you meet. And so you got to think about, how do we play that role that we have in trying to fight for our credibility?
Just a point on this. I think, people often ask, like, God, I don't know, how did you, like, I don't know what I would do in that position with some of the decisions we make. And I think I've learned a lot from fellow commissioners about, saying things like, I'm going to be a no on this because, and I'm like, that's it. Okay. Like I can kind of help do that. And I watch the way people navigate these things. And I think fundamentally for me, it was a willingness just to be Bambi on ice. I'm going to have to do this out loud in public, and I might sound a little kooky here, but I'm just going to try to navigate this, and it may not be graceful. So I think, collaboration among the commission members, to come back to the original point, I think the structure is deeply weird. And I think collaboration looks really strange, but the willingness to hear the way someone handles a question, or to say, I appreciate you explaining this, even though we all know what this means, so that the public can hear. Just sort of taking those opportunities to. Commissioner Dean has good ways of doing that.
Can I get that on record?
I have to collaborate on the fly. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. And I think taking those opportunities to say, okay, so here's a way I could do this that I hadn't really planned on, and being gracious with each other, which I think we are, when someone maybe does less gracefully take a while to get to their point, or whatever is happening, because I think we do our best to come together, make informed decisions in public in a very strange environment. So
strange environment is correct.
And also too, I completely agree with that. It is, you do learn a lot from your fellow commissioners in there about how to ask those questions and make those statements. And I know it feels like sometimes we're out there on a tightrope without a net, but and I'm pointing to the West Side development in a 5.5 hour long meeting with 2.5 hour long opposition, even though we had all the stats and all the information for months. We had one of our breaks, and this was to date one of our biggest decisions since I've been here. I talked to City Manager Burton. He's like, ask the experts in the room. And ask the fire chief that question, ask the Director Brink that question. So I think for me as a reminder is to ask more questions of you all to help us make those decisions.
So and I know we're spending a lot of time on this one thing, but I think it's important. this is why we have retreats to kind of have this kind of conversation. You don't have an opportunity to have this kind of conversation. You're not doing this in the middle of a council meeting, but it's good to have this discussion amongst yourselves.
Nope, you already said it. They all heard it.
Think of the world we live in right now, where bodies such as ours at whatever level, local, state, federal, don't. So if we're at a 7,
That's good.
Yeah.
In this world, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Not to pat ourselves in the back, but I mean, I guess I'm saying we're fortunate.
Yeah.
If it can be otherwise, then
But you make your own luck.
And I will say, I don't think that's probably where it would have been even 2 years ago.
It would have been 3.
That's my impression, and that's yeah, and I've said often that
recorded.
Yes.
Yes.
everyone but you, Mayor, everyone but you. But if democracy is going to survive, it's going to survive at this level. If it's going to fall apart, it's not going to be you have your rough patches, but this is where the rubber hits the road when the democratic society is right here. And so this is why I love what I do. I would do this work with the state or feds. It's screaming in the wind. Did I say that? Look, is this being recorded?
It is.
Go crazy.
So looking at the others, so the commission and manager, right? So we got an 8.2. The commission and city departments, is that how I'm reading it? Between the commission and city departments, and then so how are you feeling? Is that pretty good? Are any concerns about those numbers? Because some of that is going to inform your discussion as you start thinking about what do we need to plan for and intentionally do to change. If we're not happy with kind of the relationships that exist, it's not going to change because you want it to or you wish it to. It's going to change because you're intentionally making a plan to change that. So that's why we're having this conversation. So go ahead, Mayor.
But we got to address the elephant in the room also, like the city advisory boards and groups and all of that. I see it's 4.86. There's a reason I believe that it's so low is because, and I believe over time it will rise up. But now because we're making those deliberate changes that have been long overdue, it's hard. Change is hard. And so I think that's where we find ourselves because those changes need to happen.
My perspective, this is a can that's been kicked down the road, and this commission's picking it up and saying we're doing something. There's a lot of cans out there. This is one that you're choosing to pick up. And when this is done, there'll be another can you'll pick up, and you'll kick cans down the road. Things that we just don't have the bandwidth to deal with it now. But this is, I think, one of those cans you're picking up. It's been kicked down long enough, and you say, oh, it's time to deal with it now. And yeah, it's going to be a rough patch. It's going to have a little tension, and that's inherent in the system. And in 2 years, it may be up at a 7. Right now, it's at a 4-ish. Was there a hand over here?
No, I was just going to say, use HCC for an example. They have a spot at every meeting.
Yes.
And they'll report, and we'll kind of look back at them like deer in the headlights, and so that's significant perception. I got to imagine on their part. And as I look at myself as an individual, elected representative, a weakness, like somehow we can do better. And I think, it's the work that we have done on boards, advisory and community groups will help over time, but it's going to take a while.
I will just say, and I think we're going to get to this tomorrow, but there has never been an expectation on either side, whether it's like the commission advisory boards or commission HCC, about what that interaction looks like. And so I think right now everyone feels like, well, that check mark, we've done our part, because that's all our part. That's all the expectation is, because we've never flushed anything else out. And so I think that we, by being very deliberate about developing a process and a policy about what's expected from both sides, we hopefully will start getting to, well, one, people feeling acknowledged, and two, a process of, yep, we're gonna take this up, or no, we're not going to take this up because of X, Y, and Z, and gets back to, I think, kind of like the flow chart that you used earlier. And hopefully at that point, things will improve, because, you know, we shouldn't just have groups just to have groups. We actually want to have, you know, results from them. And we haven't for.
And I think that's a really good, another example of, if you don't clarify the expectation and the intention, every single person makes their own, and none of them are ever met. Because there are expectations out there, and you all are not meeting them, because we don't know what they are, right?
All right, so that's 5. Any other overarching thoughts on 5? I'm gonna try to finish this up before you take a break here. 6. Perception of how well the city of Helena meets the community needs, and categories listed below. Public safety, almost 8. Planning, low 7s. Fiscal responsibility, 8.5. Citizen engagement, almost 7. Infrastructure, 7.2. Service to residents, 6.7 or 7.6. And intergovernmental collaboration, 7. So just, what are your thoughts collective, the whole room? What are your thoughts on that? Is this, are you good with those numbers? Is there, is that better than what it would have been if we did this 2 years ago? What you hope to be in another 2 years? Go ahead.
I think I'll use planning as an example, sorry, Director Brink, but I think our understanding of meeting the community's needs versus the community's understanding of community needs, I would say, I think there is a little bit of a gap there sometimes. And I think that I think these scores are good, but I do think I always think, there's room for improvement in pretty much everything, but I do believe the lower score on community or citizen engagement sort of reflects that piece of it, that sometimes, we are doing a really good job, but there may be people who don't understand how to navigate it or what have you. So I think it's an important piece that citizen engagement in some of these things may have a different take.
And go ahead. But I also think, and I know I've experienced this a lot. The citizens have to own up to to educate themselves, because people in the valley really think we owe them. I mean, we're part of their hierarchy. And I always try to explain, no, you have to talk to the county commissioners for something of that nature. They have no clue. So the thing we're only focusing on within the city and not the valley area, because they don't interact with or they may not know that their hierarchy is the county commissioners. And that's part of some of the misconception of a citizen engagement. Believe it or not, I had someone address me in East Helena. I said, why am I not in East Helena communicating with people? Oh, yeah.
Let me ask your mayor why I'm not communicating.
Just what I told them. Told him, you have your own mayor. I'm only responsible for Helena.
Yeah,
that's how he did it. Not you, but East Helena.
So I was actually surprised fiscal responsibility was so high. And here's why, is that one of my, when I first came, I've been with the city now 3 years, and I had a list of goals of what I wanted to accomplish. And most of those were around policy development. And I haven't had an opportunity to check all those off my list. And so I think without some of those fiscal policies, I think that I'm not being responsible. And my goal is to make sure that we have things like investment policies and procurement policies and those debt service policies that really the city operates with standard operating procedures, but we don't have policies that have been adopted by the commission. And so for me, that is an area of primary focus for myself. I've just had so much staffing turnover and trying to catch up and get things running in the finance department that I haven't had the time to focus on that. But for me, that is the structure of fiscal responsibility, is to have those policies in place that we're currently lacking formal policies.
To-do list. Yeah.
One thing that I mean, anyone to say anything if they don't want to, but I'd be really anxious. I mean, I know maybe others have thoughts. Whoever was like the minimums on fees in particular, I think it'd be really helpful to kind of get to a place where what are the things that we can address to make someone, what would make them feel, or what results would bring their scores up. Because for example, like on citizen engagement, we wouldn't have been at a 6 had someone not felt like it was a 1, but also we have 1, 2, 3, 4 places where someone listed it as a 10, which is, best it could ever be. And I don't think that's, I mean, my personal opinion, I don't think we're probably there on anything. I don't ever will be there on anything. There's all improvement, but that's something that I'll be thinking about is, what are the things that would change the lowest scores perception and experience to be a higher rated.
I can answer that easily. Transparency.
It would be interesting to know, this is our perception of ourselves. It would be interesting to know public's perception.
Yeah.
Give them the slider. See what-
Yeah. Oh boy. Give it a once to Helena.
Yeah.
Might be able to send it out to East Helena.
And just, as you look at the standard deviation, that when it's less than 1.0, it's pretty tight.
Yeah.
The range is pretty tight. And when it's like a big number, like 2.12 under citizen engagement, there's a big range. So there is a lack of, we're just all over the board on that. Which, if we have more time, we delve into kind of those. We'll see that in the next group in number 7. And this is that level of trust between each of the groups. And again, the trust, as I like to say, the higher the level of trust within an organization, right? You increase the level of trust, the lower the transaction cost of doing business. It's just, there's less friction in the system because there's that trust. You've got my back, I've got your back. However you want to look at that, but it's, I'm more willing, if I'm in a trusting relationship or organization, I'm more willing to try something new, step out, and be a little more creative because I'm in a trusted environment, which is really, we're already kind of considered stuck in the mud. We're not designed really to be innovative and entrepreneurial tip of the spear type of organization. But if we want that to solve some of the challenging problems that we're facing in light of 1510-420, we've got to be creative. We've got, and so part of that is how do we just create an organization that's, nimble, reflexive, responsive, and we do that through having a high level of trust. Right, so that's kind of my lead up to that. And then we look at these numbers, which aren't bad. I think when we get down to the advisory commission and the staff and advisory board, so clearly that's kind of the hot spot right now, the place that needs some attention, which I think we're, you're working on it. We'll have a meeting tomorrow afternoon with those folks to continue that conversation. General thoughts on those responses there about, go ahead.
I think, it's interesting to me to think about, like, when I'm looking at the level of trust, I had to think through what is the situation in which I would identify trust. And I think the area that, it's clear that I'm not alone here, the engagement between advisory boards, it's not always clear. I'm not always sure what I expect them to be doing. I have some ideas, and I think that absolute lack of clarity around a specific engagement that would be meaningful and productive. I think there've been a couple of really good examples lately of what it could look like. But in the absence of a clear, we expect recommendations in order to act on an item on the agenda type of an arrangement, I don't know that it's easy to identify ways that you can see trust occurring. That's not very artfully explained, but I think there's just so much vagueness around that relationship that it's hard to know how you would develop trust when no one's super clear about what they're doing.
Oh, yeah. That's.
But in another sense, and I think that's why we're in the position we're in, because we're trying to define those roles right now. Like you always say, the can was kicked down the road for 40 years. And then we're coming in trying to rearrange things. It's gonna be difficult, but that's where that eventually the trust will come in when we've had all those policies and procedures in place. Oh, I'm not running the meeting.
We're just gonna say, I mean, that's the goal for tomorrow afternoon, really. We had to, speaking from the tip of the spear, I guess, for lack of a better word, or phrase, we had to establish that baseline that you all had the work session, and I took that direction, and we tried to create the foundation for which you move forward to the conversation we're going to have tomorrow, which is we didn't have the fundamentals done. So how could we make that ask of these boards? Nobody knew how they should be communicating with staff, let alone, with you. So tomorrow afternoon, the goal will be to set that stage up. This is a proposal for how recommendations could come to you. City manager's seen it. We'll talk it through, and hopefully that will build on what you guys have been circling around, which is this period where it feels unsettled. I mean, no one likes where we're at right now. All I know is that, as I said to some of the folks in discussions with the boards, when I go and talk to them, no one's happy with how things are going. So why would we continue doing what we've been doing? We have to try something different. So that's the goal for tomorrow afternoon. I hope that we get some direction out of that discussion.
I've defined my identity around that bitterness, lack of clarity. If I take it away, who am I? Did I say that out loud? Yeah. And good for you. And this is one of those leadership things. This is where the commission stepping into that leadership role and trying to define this, because it's messy and it's hard. And that's why the can's been kicked down the road. It's just hard. You're choosing to take this up, and that's going to be at the expense of other things that will end up, some other commission is going to pick up something else that you've, deliberately kicked down the road too. Any other thoughts on that? Well, if you flip the page to 5, there's one that we didn't show up there, is that level of trust between the city and citizens, just 6.5 there, pretty close to the standard deviation.
8.
What did I say?
Oh, number 8 at the top of 5.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
What did I say wrong?
You said 5.
Okay. Page 5, yeah. Question 8, the top of page 5.
I'm on it.
We kind of talked a little bit about the key factors for building trust, and that was communication, transparency. Not that we're not being transparent, but maintaining that transparency, being open, right? We're an open book. If you got questions, ask. Engagement is another big one on there. Transparency, responsibility. So these are things I think for that trust building. These are the tools you need to be thinking about as an organization. To build and maintain trust, you need to be thinking about those attributes. What are the potential barriers for building trust? Apathy, right? This is we talk about the citizens owning their citizenship, and it's hard to get them engaged to where they want to prioritize in their life the effort it takes to understand how this system works that you're operating on their behalf, and that just takes a bit of effort. We talked about expectations. Misinformation, disinformation. I don't know. Is there a lot of that going on in the community? You're fighting that constant battle of misinformation out there, and so we got a yes, we got a no.
That was a lot.
some.
That's being discussed.
I think sometimes there's a lack of understanding of what the city does decide versus issues people are upset about that they assume is a city decision that's not, but I feel like that's what I see most.
It's interesting, we're coming off campaign trail for a lot of new elected municipal officials around the state, and the things that they campaigned on. It's like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing that the mayor, the city, or the council can do anything about. And so it's interesting. So, it's going to be interesting to see the reckoning that takes place as they try to deliver on some of those things that now the people are expecting them to move that mountain, impart that water. And, well, I don't have a shovel, and I don't know what the thing for water. Staff. Whatever Charlton Heston held there in front of the Red Sea. Yeah.
It's going off the rails.
So yeah, there's time for break. Barriers, okay, potential barriers, finances, potential barrier, common priorities. Hopefully we can address some of that here, where we kind of get all on the same page and the unity amongst the group. Having a plan. And the things we need to discuss. Anything else? The rest of this, you had this yesterday and a little bit of time today. Anything else you want to discuss on this survey before we launch? We'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll do another activity that starts identifying and brainstorming some things we can do in those 4 pillars. But any other comments or thoughts on this survey? Anything for the good of the order? All right, it's 2:10. We good? Come back at 2:25. Yeah. All right, so we'll come back at 2:25. We'll go through this next exercise and hopefully. Second. No.
It's the best.
I usually go vegetarian, so.
It's worth it.
Okay.
Whatever you don't want to eat.
I'll give to you.
You're ahead of me. So we want to interpret how to read this.
So.
Is it that hard?
Well, so we're going to check on the same direction. Yeah, that's what you got.
Highly influenced.
What have you?
Chicken salad.
Chicken salad?
Almost like you were telling me.
What's that?
Where are those little?
Are you coming with the?
There were some cats gone. Commissioner?
The last time.
Never mind.
Yeah, I thought we're going up there.
We thought they were gonna burn.
Yeah, I need to start it. All of that. You gotta go slow down.
Turned on.
I know, can you go through it?
Okay, we're live.
That's where it's started.
All right, the microphone's now turned on.
Yeah, so,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm losing up my messages.
so what we're gonna do, because we're not gonna.
So, next steps, anybody have anything that came out of the break or any aha moment you had that you just want to get off your chest before we move on to the next step? Or like, just move in, just go. Okay. What we're gonna do now is, we're gonna have a conversation by groups around how do we start operationalizing these 4 thematic pillars or buckets, however you want to refer to it. Each organization has a different language they use. It's a buckets, right? You have 4 buckets that you say we operate most often out of these buckets, or this is how we're investing our energy or time, or this is our purpose represented in these 4 buckets or themes. So you have these 4 themes. Now the next step is how do we then formulate some goals within those themes? So what are some goals we have over the next 3-year time horizon, right? We're looking over a 3 years horizon. You know, we can see 3 years out pretty well. We know kind of where we're at, what we're doing, and what 3 years might look like. That's 3 budget cycles. Where do we want to be in 3 years? And without the intentionality of saying that's where we're going to be, and that's our goal, that it's without having that, you're not going to get kind of mobilize your resources and make that happen. So you got to name it, claim it, and then build your organization around supporting it. So that's the next layer over the after the theme. So you might have 1 or 2 goals, maybe 3. It's up to you as an organization. Goals under each of those themes. We're going to do this, this, and this over the next 3 years. They might even be big, long-range goals, but have a different operations over the next 3 years. So you might have a goal that might be lasting. It might be to fix the flume. Now, the chance of fixing the flume in 3 years, okay, not likely. But what do we need to do between now and the next 3 years to start moving the needle on that? Right. So that might be the strategies that we need to start developing. What are some specific things we need to do between now and whatever 2027? Is that 3 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the end of 2027, what do we have to do in order to move the needle towards getting the flume repaired or made into a plan, right? So that's going to be the strategies, might be 3 or 4 strategies for that particular goal. And then what are the specific actions? We're going to have meetings with, testers, staff, or whoever it's going to be. We're going to have, we're going to work with DNRC. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to study. We're going to, whatever it takes to get a preliminary engineering report. So we have a dollar amount, whatever that might be. Those are specific actions that you can do that you can check off. Yep. We have a date, time, place that's going to be done by. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question / thought, and I don't know how productive it is. So this is a Bambi on Ice thinking out loud moment. I think there are constraints that what I sometimes find challenging is when we come up with a great theme and a goal and a strategy and action, then someone says, well, bud, here's a constraint that you need to be aware of, which means that basically your goal is no longer achievable. So at the risk of derailing all good ideas, I'm not sure how we balance some of those important constraint informational bits as we talk through this, so that we don't get all excited about something only to be told, well, actually, you can't do that. So I put that out there for consideration.
Yeah, for the group to kind of balance, and that we're not trying to sink ships, but we're also want to be somewhat realistic about things. So we don't want to get out ahead of ourselves. But yeah. Okay. And I think what our hope is, well, what we want to do is this next exercise is out here on the wall. We have the 4 themes on a flip chart. We're going to divide you up into 4 groups. Elected officials represented in each of those 4 groups along with staff. So you're going to be all jumbled up, and we're going to have each group assigned to a theme. And you're going to have a marker, and we're going to have a different color marker for each group. And we're going to give you a couple minutes to just brainstorm what are some potential goals that we can focus on within that theme. And that group is going to work on that theme for 2-3 minutes, brainstorm, put some ideas down. And then we're going to ring the bell, ding the dong, whatever, have you rotate. And so now group 1's going to go to group 2, group 2 is going to go 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 1. And we're going to keep doing that, rotating through those flip charts, those themes. And so when you come to the next one, you look at what did the previous group say, and then what do we add to it? What you're going to find, stuff at the top is going to be the easy stuff, the stuff that comes to mind. Everyone's kind of, and as you get further down, each group's going to be a hard press. That's where the innovative, creative ideas come. Not that we may or may not, but at least it gets you thinking. We want you to be pushed and challenged a little bit, thinking, what else could we be doing in this area besides just this thing that we know is that big albatross that's been hanging there? What else could we be doing? Or a different way of approaching that different idea. We want you to stay at this kind of altitude here and try not to get down into the very specific action. Who's going to do what by when, but really in that higher level. What's that theme, and what are those big things? And it might be a long-term thing, but it's a thing that we need to be focusing on in order to shape our future. Yeah. And then, so, it might help with this conversation. Where's my marker? Where's my marker? What we're looking at, don't get colors here, is about here is the line. This is where the commission is really, I think, here in the setting, the themes and the goals. What's the big stuff, right? That's the legislative role. What's the themes? What are the goals? And we've established those. And we like the strategy of having staff participate in that so that we are balanced, that we're not getting, because if it was just the 4 of you, you may have goals that's like the staff's like, yeah, that's not a thing. I know you wanted that, but that's not a thing. So we want to make sure that there's a balance there. But this is where the electeds in the legislative branch is really working in this space here in consultation with staff. Then it gets kicked over to the staff here to operationalize it. These are the specific things. So this is what you want to do. This is how we're going to do it. Then they can bring that back. They can then put together the plan here, bring it back and say, okay, this is what we think. What do you think? And then you have that conversation, you dial it in, and then you adopt it. Is that?
Yes.
So that's on hoping the full. So this will be over an iterative process over time.
One more quick question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to be persnickety about it, but there's like SMART goals and then there's big goals. Like my goal is to end world hunger, and here's the different ways I'm going to tackle that versus a SMART goal. Which are we going for, or both?
I would say err on the side of the big picture. The SMART goal should fit more down in the strategies and actions. If you're defining the what and how by when, it's not necessarily a thematic goal. That's a good question.
Does that help? Yeah. So I think at that higher altitude, and then I think they'll do the smartness. They'll make it more smart down here is how we're going to operationalize it. Get stink eye over here. Does that sound okay? Not just a normal face, just that perpetual stink eye. All right, just checking. No, I just want to make sure everyone's okay and on board.
I'm gonna be trying to smile the rest of the meeting.
Safe space. Yeah. This is the gracious space where we'll all be hanging out here. All right, does everybody understand the instructions here? we have 4 areas,
Yes.
4 electeds, 5, all 5 are here. So one of you will double up in a theme area.
Can I just start with Rachel and count off?
Yeah,
Or Becky, sorry.
yeah. So we'll start here, we'll count off 1 to 4, and then all the 1s, 2s, then we'll gather up that way. That, I think, will give us a random sample. Good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, she's not giving me stink eye. All right. 1, 2, 3,
4.
5. 1. Wait. We're 5? No, we're back to 1? We're not okay. Okay, so you're 1.
3, 4.
1.
2. 2.
3.
4. You get everybody?
I think so.
That was a hard one. All right, so do we have a different numbers? Are they numbered by 1, 2, or? So out here in the hall, gather up as a group. You've got, one of you's got a marker. You decide who's going to be the scribe. And so sit and look at that theme. What are some goals? Again, we're at that higher level of altitude. Capture that, and then we'll ding the dong, ring the bell, have you rotate, and we'll just do that until everyone's done. We'll bring them in, we'll talk about it. I think we'll also, before the day is out, we're going to have you then look at that list as a group. We'll give you sticky dots and we'll have you prioritize that list. And that will help kind of consolidate what is it we're going to work on. And if you want, we can talk about what criteria that we want to use as a lens as we look at those things. Is there a need for a criteria when we look at prioritizing, or we just whatever feels good? We could talk about that. So we've got some time. So any questions on the assignment? Everybody remember their number? Okay, so gather up with your group, find your
I was on the phone. Did anybody bring up the statutes?
All right, so we'll review this and then tomorrow we'll come back and we'll get you in groups. Based on this, there are some of the departments represented here that you feel like your department fits well underneath a particular theme. And so that's what we'd ask when you come back, that your group kind of fits under that fits in that theme. Meet back, we'll divvy up the electeds again and then start thinking about these priorities that you've come up with and how do we start framing them into some sort of a goal statement. Right now they're ideas or just a statement, but now do we put that in the SMART goal or however we want to frame that. So looking at the maintain and improve city services to residents, the one that got the most was reallocate the mayor's travel allowance. Got the vote?
That's either you or Sheila. But if it's Sheila, I'm happy.
All right, now, so we got the most hits was public service mill levy election. It says passive, so what is, anybody want to speak to what that means or the context there?
We hope it will pass.
So it's on, is it coming up?
It's a discussion.
Okay.
That the commission's having now.
Our discussion. Yeah, that might be some goals in there. In the next 3 years, this may not be the only one. I don't know how many times you've gone back to that well, but so that one, 11 here with consistent code and standards applications. Got 11 hits. And then 7 is staffing level studies in all departments, along with digital interface with residents, like bill pay, et cetera. And number 6 down here, single point of contact for business, construction, and plumbing. So tomorrow, when those that feel like they align well underneath this group, they can start fleshing that out. Any thoughts or questions on those areas that received the high priority? Comments or pushback?
The public service mill levy election passed it's just interesting because we have only so much control over that. So I think it's interesting to focus on which part is under our control and we can do versus and now it's out of our hands piece. It's a bit of an outlier, but I understand why it's there.
Why is it up there? Why is it so important for that to be passed?
But if we look at that, and it's what, 14? And you count how many of us in here, that means we see the need for that. And so what we can do, we have a part in it. We can start that process of really educating the community on why it's important to us, why it's important to the community.
Yep. And so why is it important?
Why is it important?
Yeah. Why do you need that?
I was just talking, we had a meeting on Monday. Yes, when we're discussing that. But yesterday, in fact, oh man. And just to find out that Helena, we have annexed a lot of places. Communities. We have grown, we have the whole Mountain View, we have the whole all these different communities we have in Helena, and we're still maintaining fire level and police level at such low level. When you increase when we become a bigger community, we have to look at those services also. So that's why it's important.
Well, it was simply stated in our meeting yesterday that police and fire, they were giving their presentation on us that we simply can't meet the demand that's being put on us.
Yeah. Well, and I think an important piece of that is like, those are the two departments that, they're general fund dependent departments. And so there's not other places to maintain or capture new revenue except for through this process.
So what I'm hearing is that might end up tomorrow through your goal statement development process, that might end up being a strategy. Because what your why for that is, we want to make sure that we have the appropriate amount of public safety services available to our growing community. Right? So think about that as you start to identify which of the 4 papers you think you impact the work that you do the most or that you have the most influence over. Think about how these statements would fit into a goal or a strategy and what their purpose is. It's really hard to do that before you get to see what's on the list. So that's actually why we do this at the end of the day today. So you have some time to, technical term, noodle on it tonight and come back tomorrow fresh. You'll do that. So thank you.
Does that make sense? Kind of that next step, because there's probably more than just public safety, but how do we right size the level of service to expanding community? That might encompass several other things beyond just fire and police, but there may be things, and then you'd have underneath that fire, police, and whatever other things might fit in there. So that's kind of the hope for tomorrow. Yes. Right, the next one too, the holistic commercial and residential development, where the energy is again, 14, that's the highest, right? 14 under integrated development review process. Most integrated development review process.
What is that? How many?
14.
14 also.
And then
Did you guys just go out in a group and everybody put one dot?
Would follow the leader.
and then fine-tune permitting process. Streamline that, got 11. And here's my ignorance with the new changes to the land use. I'm looking, that I'm sure your codes now need to be updated, and so I'm sure all that kind of has to. There's a new way of doing things now.
And we have new development engineers that just came on, so that'll play into this.
Yeah. Check. So that's 14, 11, 7, and a couple sevens here. Montana land use statutes. I'm assuming that's where the changes, and how do we bring your local code and processes in line with the changes done at the state level?
Correct.
11 down here, fine tune permitting. Did I say that wrong?
Yeah. So it's a 7, strengthen relationships.
Oh, strengthen relationships.
Which I'm assuming the person that wrote that is also the one that underlined holistic.
Yeah, it was. So what were your thoughts on the strength of relationships, just within the development community, or
Building relationships, with partners in the community to streamline the development process.
Good. Comments, questions, clarification? Things again to think about tomorrow when you come in to start operationalizing.
One thing that I think I also include under that strengthening relationship piece is also like with neighborhoods and citizens that already live here, because I think one thing that I hear a lot is, Helena is experiencing growth that we haven't experienced since, probably in 100 years, honestly. And how do we keep like our community identity and not, I think there's a worry that our neighborhoods will be essentially gentrified, like so much of Bozeman, for example. And I think there's a desire to not let that happen here, but also meet the demand of housing and dropping the price of housing that is obviously really necessary. Good question. What's our strategies?
So, and those are things, the intentionality about how do we retain our character as a community, or the parts that we want to keep. And if you don't, and it might be beyond the role of the local government, the city to do that, but what's your role in engaging the community around that conversation? That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, that's 2. Maintain and improve city infrastructure. So we've got 11 down here, which is improve water delivery system. 10 at comprehensive sidewalk program. 7 at know what you own and what condition it is in. Was it tied to the CIP? No, he wrote that one. Just the language I hear all the time.
That's Tim and Sheila. Those green, I know all green and you tweet.
It's on.
So that, and then 6, I guess, expanded transit system. Did I get that? Improved water delivery system? Yeah. So those seem to be the top, and you can decide tomorrow how deep you want to go in some of this. How much bandwidth do you have as an organization? Here's the other thing we haven't mentioned before, and I'll just say it now. when you do strategic planning, the way I look at it, you still are fully employed doing the work that you do. And so this isn't to replace all that you do, but it's really to provide focus. It provides where are we going to prioritize and focus some energies. We're still going to do the things we do as a city, but if we're, if we do have the energy and resources to make some tweaks, that's what we're really looking at, is that space. Maybe 20% of your energy can be put towards this new stuff, but really a lot of your time is already spent doing stuff. Does that make sense? I probably should have said at the beginning. All right, any questions, clarification on this?
Just a quick comment on the know what you own. I mean, yesterday that presentation on the inventory, if we had that for every single department or asset in the city, I mean, that was incredible. I feel like the ability to make informed decisions is transformed with information like that. So I think that is a priority today, lands much differently than it would have prior to that presentation. So it was a really good example of what that could look like outside of an abstract know what you own.
Yes. A guy I worked with used to always say, if you don't measure it, you can't manage it. Right. So if you don't know what you own, how do we know how to manage it? And you may have a liability out there that you don't even know. And the last one, be the employer of choice. The energy is, got a couple lines here. Wellness and family first. Is that what I'm reading? Yeah. So I just want to know that competitive compensation package, mentorships within the organization. And then professional development. You got 6. So those are the ones that got most energy. Thoughts on that? Oh, there's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Culture development got 8.
A lot of these strike me as actions or strategies and they do goals. So
we do the
on a lot of these, there's actions and strategies and not goals. So I'm assuming we'll be going back to create the goal tomorrow that these might fall under.
Yeah, going through the why exercise that Ashley was doing earlier. Why this? Yeah. Why? And just keeps elevating it to say, okay, there's the comprehensive purpose, and here's how we're going to deliver it.
So for those who are interested in what the process looks like tomorrow, we'll tie it back to this. We're going to try to maybe print out the action planning worksheet that we usually give groups when we do this. Not for you to fill them out necessarily as kind of a final product, but to be able to categorize these things and help prioritize what is a strategy, what's an action, and what goal do we want to come from this. And then you should be able to tie those back to, in some way, this ideal vision that you came up with this morning, right? Because if what you're doing for a goal or a strategy or an action isn't working towards these things that you said you wanted, why are you doing it? So that's good. Yeah. One thing that I just want to maybe note that's missing, and I think it probably because it didn't fall under any of these things, is any of our goals surrounding like what it means to have a community that's healthy in terms of recreation and like things for enjoyment.
Getting votes for a gym membership. Well, yeah, my community.
That is for staff.
You do a mill levy for gym memberships. Just
yeah. Okay, so we have to think about what did you call out this morning that's important that didn't show up in your 4 pillar areas. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Does anybody else feel like their brain is kind of puddly right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. These retreats are exhausting. And we try really hard to keep them to a day and a half, do the first full day so that at least tomorrow, you only have to suffer through a half a day. But our hope is that you can come back in the morning rejuvenated and excited to finish off strong, because you really are setting the tone and pace for the entire organization and leading them to this 30-year down the road goal. So it's tough work right now, but well worth it.
anything for the good of the order before any questions, concerns, pushback, ideas you want to get out there on the table before?
I really think somewhere an art class needs to work into this.
Yeah,
Really is,
That's the
Culture.
recreation piece. We
Really
can start
is.
holding art classes at the new warming hut.
okay.
So Commissioner, are you glad that I put you through an art exercise instead of a word
Yeah,
parsing exercise?
Good point. Yep. It did help. Even though we need some help.
And Dan and I really do appreciate and invite your feedback on this process. If it is or is not meeting what your intention was, let us know. Because we want to make sure that what we're doing is serving your needs.
Well, and I'm sure that we would all like to thank you guys for the work that you've done today as well.
So, but Dan, before we go, we need to take public comments, just remind you, that's the transparency piece we're talking about.
I check the box. That's good. Well, so if you feel comfortable with knowing what we're doing tomorrow, if you feel comfortable with the content that you developed today, and there's still some hard work to do tomorrow to try to elevate it to those goal statements, and then how all this stuff fits. We're going to honor all this stuff. All these are good ideas. Just because they only got 1 or 2 dots doesn't mean it's a bad idea. We're going to capture it all. It may fit in there somewhere, but it's something that may elevate itself over time. That it got 1 or 2 dots today, but in 3 or 4 years, once these other things are taken care of, they may elevate themselves in your conscience. What else? I was my next lead out. So, anything else you want to discuss before we go? We're on the verge of ending early.
So we'll convene here tomorrow morning at 9.
Yep. And for those that are sticking around to have the conversation, see you got lunch.
Yep.
Done. Good. And I just want it noted for the record that we are done half hour early, not a half hour late, which is very rare.
Ever happens.
I've never seen it happen before, Dan.
I'm telling, that's why I want it on the record to show that this was.
Did we talk about transparency?
So I'll turn it back to you, Mayor, for if you want to facilitate public comment.
Thank you, Dan. We appreciate all the work you and Ashley have done thus far. So at this time, is there anyone from the public who wishes to address the commission? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, of the participants online, I don't see that there's any.
Give them another 30 seconds. If you don't see your hand raised, we will move forward. Any final comments from the commission? This meeting is adjourned.